Hello everybody, this is Stevie in Heartbound, and today we'll be playing EverQuest again. I decided to do a rebuff before I started the stream so we can get started immediately. But this adventure, we'll meet with a Warwing windlass, which I logged out next to last time. So I just logged in, you get the pop-up that only appears once. It wants you to upgrade to gold. But you can play pretty easily without the especially at the early levels while you're just kind of learning the game, so don't worry about that. So this guy brings you to the quest that end the Stone Hive quest line. Warwing Windlass eyes you suspiciously. Who sent you? Was it Vreshnar? I suppose it must have been. My whereabouts are secret, and a scout across my reach would not have given up my position willingly, unless something happened to him. You, what did you do to him? Of course. Wanted you would not so easily defeat the likes of Vreshnar. What was I thinking? My mind isn't quite right these days. Listen here. I've discovered the secret to unhinging Stone Hive. Their military genius lies in the mind of one particular strategist named Nezi. The room is well guarded. There's a safer path. The information is classified. Do you think I've lasted this long handing out hard-won information left and right? No, I'm sorry, but you'll just have to find your own way. Find Nezi. I'll meet you there. So this is the quest that'll take you to the last floor. And if we look at my hero's journey, this is all I really have left for the area. The game wants me to go to the Mesa next. So we're going to do that starting today. Now we'll be able to do all these except for the Queen Vixie, which means we'll lose out on shields and offhands. Because I dual wield, this isn't as big of a loss. This is the hammer I could be using, but you just can't beat her without a group at this level. You'll also miss out on the ornate armor upgrade. So the next armor upgrade is locked behind beating the Queen Vixie. But to be honest, all your stats at this point are already 255. So you have max stats. All you're missing out on is a little bit of armor and a little bit of regeneration. You really don't miss a whole lot by not being able to finish this quest line. But our quest is to find the big Nezi. So if you're tuning in for the first time, the Stone Hive is a big colony of bee women which abduct men to do their farming and stuff like that. I guess think about a classic harpy, but as a bee. There are harpies in this game, but this is a nicer version of them. So if you like bee women, you're in the right place. But we're going to be about to finish our adventure here with them. I'm using an unreliable invisibility spell. Hold on. I'm not... these won't kill me on sight. The ones inside will. The ones out here don't really care too much. It takes a lot of dead bees to get them to hate you. Now once I'm in here, these will absolutely attack me if I am visible. And normally you don't want to fight through all these to get experience points and stuff like that. It looks like people died since I was last here. These are recent deaths. So while I make this like easy, this is kind of be an example to you. Entire groups can get wiped out with what you've seen me be doing. You have to be careful when you play this game. There's no way around it. The only difference is I'm a seasoned veteran player. But if you're new and you don't know how to use all of your abilities to your advantage, even in a group setting, it can spell disaster. You may have a healer that you rely on to heal you. The smart answer is not to rely on them to heal you because that's another person and they make mistakes. Always have a plan. Do not get complacent. But since I have the spell of invisibility, I'm just going to run through here without a care in the world. But this bee Nezezi, she's in a room with a lot of people. But I have a plan. So right here we have some war advisors and bodyguards. That's Nezi right here. Oh, and there's a rare creature that spawned here, which normally would be nice. If you get a rare creature, you get more loot. That's dangerous. So we're both lucky and unlucky. So what we're going to do now is start fighting the bees. I'm going to save my mana for the time being, and I don't have my mercenary activated, so I'm relying solely on myself. The reason for this is he charges money every 15 minutes, and if I can save my money, and I know I can do it myself, there's no reason to activate a bodyguard. We get to listen to this nice soft music while we conquer the world. I don't think she'll run. The game's lagging because I'm tabbed out testing a widget. That's entirely because I tabbed out. It has nothing to do with the game. There we go. Okay, my widget is working. These are all for other quests. It's one of the few places you can pre-loot an item. But for me, they'll just clutter up my inventory, and I don't need it. So I'm going to heal my warder. Heal them again. The Beast Lord relies on his pet to a higher degree than a lot of other classes do. That bee did not appreciate my helping my pet. I've always thought these war advisors look a little bit older than the other ones. Since she's alone, I'm pretty sure she'll run away. She looks a little bit more aged than the ones downstairs. At least that's the way I interpret it. Because they have a more detailed armor, I guess you call it. The bees themselves aren't too bad if you know what you're doing. But it's just, you get swarmed by them really easily. So I don't think the war advisor is going to run. She's going to fight till the end. So no parts sell for a lot. But Bixie parts are pretty much the only thing you'd want. So we're going to find the Bixie Nuzzy. Now that we've aggroed the entire room, we're going to activate our mercenary. As we're going to need to. Because I activated him before combat started, or after combat started, he has less chance of running away. But I do have to keep an eye on his mana. We're fresh, but this could still be dangerous. What I'm doing now is I'm casting malaria on all of the people, and I'm relying on my mercenary to keep everyone up. This will make the bees attack me instead of my pet or the healer. So what I'm hoping for is I can get this sorted. Oh, these respawn quickly, by the way. Now they're attacking my mercenary from behind, which means he's not blocking or parrying or doing a repost or anything. So I have to watch his health. He has nearly full mana, but sometimes he just won't heal himself for some reason. And my malaria is wearing off on most of these, but I don't really have the magic. I need clarity. I'm going to try and drink a clarity potion in the middle of combat, which goes about as well as you'd think it would. Okay. I got clarity up. That should give me a little bit more mana during combat. This is very dangerous if you haven't noticed. And the rare monster does not help. I've almost got Drixie down. After that, the rest should be a little bit easier. Okay, so she dropped Hive Defender's leg plates, which is kind of cool. We're going to assist our pet. Look at this. So this, back in the day, this contact was big. That would be pretty helpful. I kind of want to cast a new round of malaria, but I just don't have the mana for it. If something goes wrong, I need to be ready. You don't want to be without your defenses. I gotta do this fast enough because these monsters will respawn. But he's doing alright on mana. He's a little more tanky than I thought he would be. Okay, so this one's out. We're going to assist our pet again. Remember, if you're attacking from behind, they won't have a chance to do a block or repost or parry your attacks. But it's always useful to keep in mind. It benefits you from beginning to end, so you don't have to worry about it. Alright, this is going smoothly. This could have been bad, but it... yeah. A lot of times you don't know how bad things are going to be until you're actually like in the thick of it. Me putting in clarity on probably helped a little bit because I won't have as much of a redo time. There we go. Assist our pet again. And our dear healer is going to just keep him busy for us. Now if you notice, the person we came here to deal with, she's not attacking. There's a reason for it, but we'll get to that in a second. I'm going to do another round of malaria just to get this sorted. Unsurprisingly, they don't really like when I do that. Take out this war advisor. So normally you'd be fighting all the way up, and Warwing is kind of a little bit of a special boy. Because he says he'll meet you, but it doesn't really happen. You'll see. Our cleric buffs are fading. So he might be tempted to rebuff us in the middle of combat. But we'll see what he does. I'll take the big sea meat and biscuit parts because the parts sell for a lot. I think the meat sells for like 5 copper, but that's alright. And then there were 2. So now once we've cleared out this very dangerous room with a potential rare spawn, so we got the worst possible scenario you could possibly get. Which is okay. It's nice to be able to fight rare creatures and get loot that sells for a decent bit to a vendor. Well, that's alright. If you ever play this game and you get here and you don't find this it's easy to do what you see, don't worry about it. Well, don't worry about it at all. Okay. Hail Nezzy. Now she'll attack us. Kill Nezzy. The mind is such a malleable thing. Wendell has never expected a thing, and right into my hands he has placed you. Do you think the Stone Hive has retained such power through ignoring the workings within its own walls? Now you shall die by the very hand that sought to destroy me. So now, she becomes a monster to fight, which is kind of convenient. But it looks like she's been playing Windelez for a fool. You know how? Windelez said his mind seems to have not been the same So Windless is on the way of becoming a thrall. He just doesn't realize it. Because he has been charmed by this bee. Like every other guy that goes through this stone hive. That is what the bees do. They say, oh, I'm going to be your waifu. And next thing you know, you're sending them super chats. So be careful. My man is recovering. We're going to let the passive clarity do its job. So I don't want to spend too much mana. There we go. She has dropped a cloak, which I know doesn't sell for anything, so we're going to leave it. Now we need to return to the Warwing. And we're doing Viz because normally you had to fight up and down every single time you want to do this, which is good for if you want experience points. But if not, it can be annoying. Nope. Okay. I did not realize I wasn't invisible. Oh. Yeah, that's the danger with invisibility. It does absolutely cause issues sometimes. Unintentional grinding. So if you miss what happened because you blinked, my invisibility ran off and I used Spirit of the Wolf to walk very fast into the library. So I appeared right in front of a bunch of bees. Which is one of the dangers of using invisibility. I knew that was entirely a possibility. Just did it anyway because it'd be fast. And this is what can happen. If you are not a prepared player and you run into 6 bees because you were an enchanter or a necromancer and you're just like, oh, okay. You know. I should be okay. I'm invisible, of course. What could go wrong? This could go wrong. This is exactly what could go wrong. And that's okay. We waited a little bit so we were at a little bit of a higher level. So this isn't a complete disaster the minute it happens. We're in about 20 minutes in and I've already caused all sorts of chaos. More than I intended. We've got a healer. We've got 3 healers. Because all these rejuvenators are healers. So if we can take down this big C before she was a nuisance. Yeah, we can outdo their damage. Okay, my pet is now attacking an arcane researcher. We're just going to assist him for simplicity's sake. And get behind it, so she's not blocking or parrying or reposting my attacks. Some people may say riposte is the correct way to say it, and they're probably right, but I just say repost out of habit. Just like I used to say Justicar when Justice here is the proper way to say that thing. It's just a little silliness, no big deal. I also want to point out while we're doing this is a quest on a time limit. So you have 8 hours to get up to Stone Hive. You have to do this quest as soon as you take it. Or it will expire, you'll defeat the monster, you won't get quest credit. Why? I don't really know. But I do have to be careful not to walk into the library and let my invisibility fall off. Which I have no control over until you get an alternate advancement ability as a spellcaster. I don't know if Beast Lords will get it. But there's an improved invisibility, which makes your invisibility work for a specific amount of time, instead of being random like I have right now. Which is really cheeky. There's always a risk running through monsters. The undead can see you, unless you have invisibility through undead, which means the living can see you. The only ones that can't that escape from this as rogues. They have sneak and hide, which lets them stealth around from the undead and the living. So if you want to actually get through here without the chance of danger, you have to be a rogue. But then there's the added battle problem of you're a leather-wearing damage dealer that has to fight. So you can avoid combat, but you need to do combat to level up. So that's its own thing. If you choose a warrior mercenary to help you, you can't heal the warrior mercenary. If you choose a healer, you have to be the one taking the damage, and you may not be able to do that. Because most of your abilities as a rogue is hide or dodging, parrying, you know, just general evasion. Which means you're doing okay until you run into danger. And it's just the whole thing. But these bees are more of a threat to the Draken than you'd think. Because if they seduce one of the Draken, all of a sudden they're down one Draken and they're plus a bunch of bees. So then all of a sudden Crescent Reach becomes Stone Hives 2. Danger, danger, danger. I have leveled up. Since I just cleared the area, I should be safe for the second. Let's see. Past me should have bought spells. So Vigor of Zex. Okay. So this is a new pet heal. So we'll learn that. This is a ward spell. So if my pet was going to get hit by a really damaging attack, then, you know, this would be good. But it absorbs damage from one melee strike or direct damage. So if he's a melee, which he is, you have to cast this over and over again to shield him from damage. So not exactly a winning scenario to use that. But I am going to save my general spells. Save over general. Okay. And no, divination doesn't affect how much your spells last. So what should have happened is I should have gone this way anyway. So I went the wrong way. We're going to go down. I'm going to put our mercenary back on passive. I don't think I'll need him for a minute. I feel myself starting to appear. So hopefully I'm far enough away from the guards, which I am not. My visibility doesn't want to play nice today, which is fine. So we're going to do malaria because I think she's going to run away. And if I can hit her with a knife spike when she starts to run, I can... Let's get a little bit more distance on her. If I hit her with a knife spike, she won't run into the other guards. Stop right there, criminal scum. A well-timed ice spike to the head has caused that problem to be quickly ended. Try to invisibility again, which my divination is not very powerful on this character. It's going to take him a minute to even use invisibility. But no, your level of divination, once you actually get the spell on you, it doesn't affect the length. It's entirely random. It could last 23 minutes. It could last 2 seconds. So there's really no point in waiting and guessing. I don't know how to drop invisibility to talk to Warwing. It's just kind of a game cheekiness thing. Don't get stuck on geometry. Go over to where Warwing is. You're here somewhere, aren't you? There you are. I remember where you're at. Okay. So we're going to return to Warwing. I don't know what happened. It must have been a powerful enchantment. How mortifying. My training should have been better prepared me to resist such an attack. Nezzy is gone, you say. Now our only hope is to find her plans. She obsessively documented every military plan or theory she had. In my time here, I've managed to infiltrate the War Council room, but only once. They must be inside. It is heavily guarded. But if you dispatch Nezzy easily, I'm sure it should pose little challenge. Bring me those plans. I fear the drones will become wary if I'm seen too close to the council room again. So he doesn't realize he was becoming a thrall. But he wants the plans, which means we have to go back to the war room. And those bees respawn fast. So what we're going to do? Normally, you'd have to fight your way all the way up and down. So you'd have to fight all the way down. Go talk to Windles. Get this quest, which is also on the time limit. This is why I couldn't grab it the other day. Come on. Cast your invisibility spell. Cast your spell. It does get easier when you get more divination, but it's important you see that this isn't the end of the world. It is okay. So he wants us to go back up there. I don't think I'm fast enough to get back up there before they respawn, but we'll see. I'm going to try and hustle and get back up there. By the way, if you start walking or running as soon as you cast a spell, you can get this strange animation where your character kind of tilts his head back and forth very quickly, whereas your normal animation is just you walk forward. I've always found that funny, especially on the old model ogres that look like this. It's really exaggerated how they sway side to side. So if you're playing a shaman or a shadow knight and you start walking after you cast a spell, you get this really cool wobble. But only on the old school models. The new ones, it's less pronounced and it's not nearly as fun. But I really like the exaggerated wobble dance that the ogres do. But all you do is you cast buff on yourself, and as soon as it's done, and your character's not done with the animation, so he's still doing that kind of like arm movement, then you can do that weird wiggle dance as you run. I like it, but yeah. Up the elevator. Am I fast enough to get back here? Kind of. So we need to take out this commander. The other one should respawn while I'm fighting her. By the plans, there's a little book over here. We're gonna put the Big Z War plans right here. You know, come to think of it, I might have been able to grab that while invisible, but I wasn't thinking about it. My bloodlust for Bixies, which just couldn't be contained. I was like, this Bixie has to be fought. My repo skill's going up when she hits me. Because I leveled up. Like, if you try to max out, like, this is kind of an eccentricity of the game. Every skill you get +5 to your max thing. But the last point is really hard to level up. But as your cap goes higher, it gets easier to get those points you couldn't get before. So don't worry about having to level each skill up, you know. Hold on. Pumpkin hat. That's cool. Yeah, EverQuest has a lot of really cool events, so while I'm going over the more serious parts of the game, you can absolutely wear a pumpkin hat. And they're very fun devs. But back to serious mode. Okay, very dangerous game, etc., blah blah blah. Fighting challenges that normal people couldn't. Okay, so now we got the war plans. We're gonna invis and run back downstairs. And you're gonna find out very quickly I've been rather cheeky because I've been doing kind of something in the background. Which if you've played this game, you probably realize what I've done with the Warwing's quest. But if you haven't, I've been very diligent with Warwing in the back of my mind. Yeah, when you're running through the stone hive like this, it doesn't seem like a very big dungeon, but you had to fight these bees every single time you go up or down. It just takes a minute. That's the basement. He's still a thrall. He doesn't realize it yet. Kind of the lower floor. Go outside. Bee. Go to the rocks. Alright, Stinky. We got your book. Remove the invisibility buff. That's surprisingly important. Throw the plans in his face. Here you go, buddy. Most interesting. They are nearly gibberish. Seems our Bixies were more caught up to the idea of war than any idea of whom they want to send war upon or for what purpose. I fear this may be some sort of misdirection, wouldn't you say? They must have some true agenda we're not seeing. I don't believe I can do this alone, friends. I think my time to increase our numbers. Honey, I'm home. Yes, we must get you disguised as well. A rather arduous task, I'm afraid. It requires many components to escape notice around here. We need to assemble suits. I fear you may need to slay many Bixies to get intact pieces. Gather the items you need and I will check over them to make sure you will be safe. So, he wants us to gather these things we've been leaving on the corpses of monsters. But I've been thinking ahead. So he wants 2 wings. He wants 2 antennae. And you will have to go back and fight the bees again if you don't have the foresight to get these. He needs 2 flesh and 2 scent glands. And he needs... Okay, he only needs 1. And he needs 1 insignia. And now we've completed the quest. So all those extra items you see that get dropped, this is what they're for. Now we'll talk to him again. That's good. When you're ready to suit up, I'll make it able to approach the Queen's chambers without arousing English. That should do nicely. When you are ready, suit up so you will be able to approach the Queen's chambers without arousing suspicion. We can make no mistakes. The safety of Crescent Reach lays upon our very soldiers. You must destroy the Queen. So, what he's doing is he'll give us a suit that will make us invisible, which is just invisibility. My spell's better. But his quest is to destroy this Queen. And I'm going to show you a problem with that. We are level 49. And if you remember the Dark Tower, where we got someone with like swarms and swarms of things, she gets tons and tons of bees. And that will make my mercenary run away. Because he has a chance every time a new monster joins the fight, at their high enough level, he'll run away. So you can't safely do this quest until about level 60 or 61 or something like that. So I got about 10 levels before this becomes safe to do. So unfortunately, I can't take Milton to fight the Queen. I'm going to show you what she looks like. And the quest he gives you is also on a timer. You don't do it within 8 hours. You have to go re-grab the quest. There's no penalty or anything. You just have to do it again. Grab the quest, I mean. Everything else is done. You don't have to worry about anything else again. But if you're curious about the Queen, what she looks like and stuff like that. And the reason I'm so apprehensive about going and fighting her is because when I was a younger player, I watched other groups try to attempt the Queen. And they just couldn't do it. Like, I watched people of this level get wiped out by the Queen. So what you do is you'd come to the Queen. Like, even right now, she's a gamble. She's level 51. She's above us. and she'll be summoning like tons and tons of bodyguards. There's no way to safely deal with her. I mean, the bodyguards aren't too bad. You know, they're the same level as everything else. If you want to see what she looks like, this is what the queen looks like. Has Queen Pelsia. There's nothing back here. It's just kind of like a neat thing. Well, that's the queen. Basically what you do is you fight her, she summons a bunch of bees, and then you take her out. She got a rare creature up with her too, so she has some special abilities she wouldn't normally have. I do like the shield though. That looks neat. So yeah, when we get like much higher level, we'll go deal with the queen. But fighting her at this low level, I wouldn't dream of it until I'm at least level 60. That is a very dangerous encounter. And she's just right next to the Nezzy. So that's going to be the completion of Warwing. I didn't say we complete Warwing, I just said Warwing is in the title. Because you can't take her out this early. She will absolutely defeat my character in combat, and I don't want to lose my permanent levitation. Because when I do actually eventually die, I will lose that levitation spell. So now we're going to go to Goru Mesa. We will abandon the Sony. Oh, and if you did grab the quest, you only have 8 hours. So unless you're going to win in like 8 hours, or get to level 60 in 8 hours, your quest will expire, and you'll just grab it again anyway. That is a boss encounter. A honey refiner died. That's outside, isn't it? So there are other players playing right now. I don't want to intrude. Let's take a peek. Is anybody out here? They deserve their privacy. I'm kind of streaming the video game. But there are other players out in the thing. So while they enjoy their Stone Hive adventures, we will leave them to it. But yeah, that's the Stone Hive. If I had my render distance just a little bit further, that actually has a texture to it. That's not just a blank white thing. I just don't have my graphics up to max. You know, games like this, you never know how powerful your computer needs to be to run them. You might need 2 toasters to run a game of this quality. Which is good, by the way. And garden mushrooms over here. If you ever wanted to not fight bees in the beehive, you can. There's really nothing under the water. You could raise your swimming skill around there. I don't think there's anything in the water. Well, yeah, we've done everything in Stone Hive except for fighting the queen, which you can't realistically do right now. So, can't get our next upgrade for items. But we can do, welcome to the Mesa. Well, I would say this is a detour, but it's really not. You just, unless you have higher level players helping you and you've made friends at this point. If they're higher level friends, like level 60 plus, you can take the queen. And if they're just friends you met in the Stone Hive, it's not going to happen. And that takes camping to a whole new level. They've got a campfire and everything. Well, yeah, we're going to leave the Stone Hive and go to Goru Mesa. Very pretty zone. I think this is a very cool place. A lot of the, I think they took the chance to make this big tunnel and just kind of get you hyped up for the Stone Hive. I think it looks good. But as with everything else in MMORPGs or RPGs in general, you go from one town to the next, you level up, you go to the next town, etc., etc. If I remember at level 60 or something, we'll go back and fight the queen and get the next level of armor. But as I said, you get a little bit more armor class. Your stats are already at max. You get a little bit of regeneration. So it's yeah, we're skipping up the armor because we can't fight the boss. But you're already so powerful. It doesn't matter. As long as you, the player behind the keyboard, are actually good, you should be fine. Don't worry about skipping out of the queen. It'll be okay. This place we've had so much fun in. All those bees we fought. That's it. This zone, Blight Farm hours, we're done. We fought witches. We did a whole lot of stuff here. We captured flash cubs, fought a bunch of gnolls, fought a bunch of wolves, fought some giants, fought some skeletons, fought some mushroom people, and that's it. Passed by these ruins, which look cool but have no purpose that I'm aware of. I think that might be an explorer's quest where you go explore different areas, which is just a whole lot of walking. I'm sure there's a reward for it, but it doesn't matter. We're not going to go through the ooze area again because some of those skeletons are undead, and I can only be invisible against live creatures. So we'll peek at it, but that's gone forever. We don't need to go back. The heck? You suspect this being can see you. I don't know. Now, a new player that doesn't know any better might be tempted to go fight the queen over and over again. But just gain more levels. Go back at level 60. That's the best advice I can give you. That sapling missed somebody for so long it has now perished and left this earth. Well, that actually means there's just more players about. Goodbye, passed away dragon. It does look cool. Goodbye, goodbye. Well, the only thing you need to do to get to Goru Mesa is just go north from the Blightfire Moors. If you don't want to use your map, just on your compass, just go north. It's just in the middle. So if you run into a wall, just figure it out. But you just want to go north. If you run into skeletons, you need to go northeast. If you run into griffins, you need to go northwest. Etc, etc, etc. There we go. We are now entering a whole new world. In the original EverQuest, you'd go to a new place like every 5 levels or so, maybe 2 levels even. But they decided for this amusement park area, where you just kind of grab quests and do things, as is the new style of things, I guess. You gain all these levels in one area. So this is Goru. From the very start of it, you don't really have any idea what to do. You like look up there, you'll see bears and wolves, and it says these creatures look relatively weak. This is your first instance of running into what are, in a literal sense, fodder monsters. You can tell if you're using the default map. This is a. What's funny is the last map, the Blightfire Moors, it had no map. But the default here, it'll tell you that there's scouts here and pioneers. It'll tell you there's a Two-Fane camp. There's quests here. And bird songs and whiz spells. So that generally just means there's vendors. This map was made by Ziggy of Povar. We use, I personally like Brewall maps. That's just a personal, and, you know, it's revised. He took what Ziggy made and he revised it. It's just, I like the work Brewall did. Just my choice. If you notice, like, this map will say Sucker. If a druid runs into danger, instead of gating, sometimes they'll just go to another safe part of the zone. So if you were a high level druid and you got endangered from whatever reason, you said, I need to run away. Instead of warping back to your spawn point by gating or something like that, you just succor and then you'll walk across the zone line. They also have, they can move to little Stonehenge places with different spells, take you different zones. So that's the thing. So first thing you'll do in Goru is you'll walk down this road, regardless of if you look at the map or not. And these are the first two you see. You're very familiar Draken friends. The Pioneer doesn't say anything. He's not even on the Circle of Crystalwing faction. What are you for? I don't know. But he has quests, as you can probably imagine. Oh, it's because I'm invisible. Remove invisibility. I know better. I know better. I know better. Hail to you, Methil. I'm a bit busy right now. Perhaps you can come back some other time. No. I always take off invisibility if you're doing quest. Or turning in quest items. Because to the NPC, it looks like they just got a random item out of thin air. Like a hand just reached out and went, here you go, buddy. So we'll talk to the scout while we're visible now. Well met, traveler. I have been asked to keep an eye on this area and attempt to reduce the threats across our reach that might arise. I can always use someone that has the will to attempt dangerous scouting missions, if you're able to deal with the unusual folk that live in this park. What unusual folks? As the oddest thing, this fellow that I don't know, one with the legs of a deer and the face of a human, stumbled into me the other day. And I mean stumbled, literally. It seemed to have been very deep in his cups. He had rambling about his brothers betraying him, but I could never get more out of him before he wandered off. How odd of him. Sorry, I don't know why you made me think of him. You obviously have your wits about you. Yes, you do. If you'd like to explore the area, I'm certain that Vulu over here has some work for you. But if you're looking for something more interesting than wandering around, I might have some tasks that are a bit more dangerous that you could undertake for me. I have many tasks available, but most of them require you to have much experience. When you think you're ready, come back to me and ask about more difficult tasks. In the meantime, I have some tasks for ones with less experience, which I will reward ones who help me with some extra armor. Your armor used to be good when this was in a current expansion. The armor we have now is better, so don't get too excited. But I will say, doing the quests are required for the next level of stuff. And yes, that means you'll get the next level of armor before you get the Queen's armor. So these are required. So he will only give you so many of these quests at a time. So we'll do this one. See how many he'll give me. I remember him being a bit difficult about this. Yeah, he'll only give you 4. So you just have to remember the first 4 you did, and then when you finish these, you gotta go for the last bunch. So he wants bear pelts, snake skins, spider silk, and wolf skins. And you have to loot these. You can't do this prematurely. You have to actually loot them beforehand. So that's just part of the game. Now what's funny is he looks at us. He's very trusting because we're a beast lord. So this these animals, because you're a beast lord, they trust you and they like you. And your task is to defeat them. This rare creature. He's hostile to most people, but because I'm a beast lord, or if I was a druid or a ranger, the animals will like me. Now you might notice there are some very funky looking people here. This is called a Menhoten. These are our these satyrs are our protagonist of this zone, I guess you call it. So these funny looking things. If you look at how he holds a hammer, he's actually holding it upside down. So normally you'd have a hammer. You've seen me wear a hammer before where the top part is down. He has it upside down. It is goofy. But how you get up there is... I know on the map it looks like you go through a tunnel. That tunnel doesn't go anywhere. It goes to spiders. It's a dungeon. These spiders do not care for beast lords. I mean that in a literal sense, they just don't care. But on top of these hills here is a Manhattan camp. So this is where you'll be doing most of your adventuring once you finish with the thing. Oh, and guess what? If you're fighting all the rare creatures in an area, some of them are in town. Now the problem with this is you need these people to like you to have them give you quests. If you go around killing all these Manhattans, that's an issue. I will say in advance from meta knowledge, if you're here to fight the Griffins and Harpies, you can get your faction back, but they're a little bit higher level. So don't pull out the shotgun just yet. You want to try and be friends with these people first. I talk to Tudor here. Oh, hello. What do you want? You can have my drink. It's just for me. This drink. What are you, blind? This one. Oh, it's empty. How tragic. You look like you can help me. Levio over here can make more drinks. You just need to go get the supplies. So he'll give you 2 quests. You had to open it twice. Make sure you get both of those quests. He just wants you to make him some alcohol, which is interesting. Now we're not high enough level for some of these quests yet. I expect you to go and do the armor quest for the other fellow first. I just want to show you the Manhattan camp. So then you'll, here when you're like level 50 plus, you'll go deal with these people. If you needed to sell things, you can sell to the wizard spell vendor. And clear out your inventory after all the fun times you had with the pixies. Oh, some neat toys. A few hundred platinum here and there. We've picked up a lot of treasure, even though it may not have looked like it. So we'll sell all these nice things. And they have an inventory. I have show only items I can use, and she sells wizard spells. So since I'm not a wizard, she's not showing any inventory for me, because my character would not be interested in what she has selling. Bone ship somewhere, a necromancer is crying. Sell some of this plate armor. 20 platinum for a spider carapace. So if you're not sure it sells for anything, just try it out, see what happens. My wrist guard sold for a lot. Shroud sold for a lot. Those leg plates we got from that lady, 150 platinum. That'll be it for that. Let me just use this work. One thing I'll do in video games is I'll just hold on to items forever and ever, and I'll never use them again. So eventually I have to remember to empty out that part of my backpack. Because I will, in a literal sense, hold on to these things forever and ever. Get rid of the honey I thought I'd use. Never did. We don't need the antidote anymore. Big Z wings for quest we don't need. I'll put some of this cider up here. Put this here. Don't need haze powder anymore. The only quest left is to fight the queen, so we're done with a lot of this stuff. We're done with the moors, we're done with the stone hive. We now abandon everything we didn't need. And this is for a quest we've already done. This is cool, but can't do anything with it. I have an upgrade here. I don't know why I didn't have it equipped. I must have had a reason for it. I'm not sure what it was. Why didn't I equip you when I got you? I don't know. Take a look at this. Only Bixies take damage from this attack. As very cool of a concept as that is, we're not fighting Bixies anymore. We'll hold on to the ring because you can use it for your inventory. If you let me put on Spirit of the Wolf, so we're moving at a significant pace. If you're a bard, you could buy spells here. Not to go to the plane of knowledge like I do. I'll bring our carrier weight down. But I have a problem in games. I always sell everything. So Theodara is a quest. Hello, good travel. It's a fine day, is it not? The weather itself is not important. It's the love of a fine nymph that makes life so worthy. Well, it's true. I've not asked her if she returns the love I have for her, but even just being in love is a fine thing. I can tell that my story inspires you. If you could see your way to be kind to a satyr in love, I'd like to ask you to go ask my love a few questions. Yeah, some questions. You can find Catherine at the top of the Mesa to the east of here. Try not to be too obvious when you ask these questions. Now, you telepathically told us what those questions are. But, you know, video games. There's another rare creature. They're sitting here going, oh, if you want quest credit, you can fight us. But, kind of want to chill unless you have high faction with them. This is a dungeon cave. There's nothing really here that's notable. So I just want to kind of show you the layout of the Goru Mesa. And you see what we're dealing with here. We have invisibility, so why not? Because you might be curious on what's out here. That's our invisibility spell. It would now have hit 100 mastery. So we're officially a mastery of divination. And it's probably not going to help as much as you think. But you can be a double or triple master of things. Back in yonder day, this was a level 50 was the max level. So it made sense back then. You're going to be level 50, max level and stuff like that. Part of me does wants to kind of swim around for a bit, level it up, but it's not really relevant to the adventure. I did something. Hold on. I'll put this here. Oh. Swim into the stream to the southeast to collect some fresh Mesa stream water. And we'll get to that. Unintentionally making progress. So most of this place is areas you can kind of rest. But here you have, these are hostile to you. You can see right here I'm invisible, so he's not attacking me. But the two Fane do not like the Menotan, and they are hostile to everybody. But they have a quest. So if you fight the guards, or you grind out your faction here to get to where the two Fane don't hate you. You can get these quests. But you can fight the guards. These won't assist. They'll just give you quests, stuff like that. And at the end of that quest, they hate you again. So there's nothing really in the two Fane camp. It's just more guards. These are all generic things you need to defeat. Some player here tried to defeat them and failed. So his adventure hindered here. Which is kind of sad. Because they look like allies. But they are very much not. There's some will-o-wisp chilling out miles above the ground. Let's see, we'll look at the potomedes first. I think these are hostile. I'm not sure. Are you hostile? No, they don't care. The problem with some of these is they have a damage shield, which causes issues. So the potomedes don't care. They're just hanging out. I gotta watch for a damage shield my health, because some of these like to do their damage shields. But it's just a fairy. Once we get one more level, she becomes available as kind of a quest NPC. But you can fight these and grind experience on these. These are just little fairies. There's a... I can get a quest from Ulia, I think. Why, hello, you are very tall. Yes, you are, but you know, you just don't look right. Why did you put the horns in your mouth? Why do you have so much fur? Your top half should not have so much fur on it. All that fur is so ugly. I bet it itches something fierce. Well, yes, I don't blame you. I just think Tunaria played a trick on you when she created you. Do you like tricks? They're great fun. Oh goody, you can help play some trips on those nasty fighting Nepia. They flit up here and act like they're so much above everyone else. Yula has asked you to destroy some plants that the Nepia hold dear. First you must find a burning stick to use on the bushes, or the campfire to the northwest. So if you notice, these are O-reeds, and apparently they don't like the Nepia over here. Also, she made fun of me for being a Vashir. My feelings are absolutely destroyed. Nowadays, if you make fun of somebody, I think the thing is to cancel them or something. Back in the day, you just kind of had to take it and deal with it. The centaurs. These are higher level areas. These, I don't know what an EverQuest centaur looks like. The old versions have a little bit of charm to them. These are the newer version of the centaurs. But every once in a while, these centaurs will kind of mutate into something else. And they'll all be hostile to you. And if you kill them, the normal centaurs will be hostile to you. So you'll eventually, yep, there it is. That's the danger version. I think he's undead, so let me see if invisibility works. Are you undead? No. Okay, they're hostile sometimes, but not all the time. But this is the hostile version. He he's wearing different armor. Don't feel confident going in here while they're dangerous. This is our Mundangudu. I don't know what that's supposed to be. He is just a monster. And this field is just full of centaurs. As you would expect a field to be. But if they're not currently dangerous, that legate is a lot more dangerous than you think it is. He's like that unicorn in the stone hive. Yep, I'm in danger. I am very much in danger. I have made a mistake. So we're going to take a detour to Sunday Rock Springs. Hold on, buddy. Okay. My pet paid the ultimate sacrifice for me not being careful. That charger is right behind me. And I have high speed. I've been hit by a flurry of the archer. A shade of corruption is now after me. Oh, that was dangerous. Yeah. What happened is I got too close to the shade of corruption and he had a damage shield. He knocked me out of invisibility. That invisibility made all the things dangerous. When the shade is up, the centaurs are dangerous. When they're not up, they're different. What level is this zone? Hold on. Zone guide. Thunder Rock Springs. Level 60 to 75. Well, while we're here, we'll rebuff my pet when it's time for actual combat. Let's poke around for a second. Give the centaurs time to get off my tail. Because that legate's still going to be out there. So it's a Drake. Fancy. Get up to me. So this is probably very dangerous. But this dragon is level 70. So if you were running away and you weren't invisible, he would be greeting you. And you would become a very tasty dragon snack. This is a high desert drake. Keeper of the Southern Spire. Well, if invisibility falls off, I'm dead. Yep. This is a highly dangerous area. I'm going to retreat. As one wrong move is going to get me vanquished from this world. Okay, we will now continue our Goru Mesa tour. But if you're scared of the centaurs or you get attacked by the Shade of Corruption, this is your escape route. Or the best one, I think. Okay. Root's waiting for me to come back. So eventually that brute will go back to his spawn point. But he's waiting for me to come back so he can fight me. They aren't always hostile, but if you attack them while they're hostile, they will be hostile from then on. And there's a merchant there when they're doing okay. And you can use that merchant. But it's very risky because the entire area is just dangerous. This is more centaurs. That might be my fault. These are are very hostile. Very, very hostile bot things. Ooze is dangerous. There's a queen here. Yeah, there she is. There's a level 60 queen. If invisibility falls off, I'm dead. But little queen fairy here. She hates the other ones. Now that one fairy wanted me to play to prank. She is not friendly. So now we'll go play with the giants. These have a lot of hit points. These take a very good while to kill. These are kind of cool looking. They're dangerous, but it's not too bad. They just take forever to kill. So they have higher level creatures and stuff like that. The Basher Maker. Some of these are very dangerous, some of them are not. They have a cook, which finds the Draken and accompanying heroes. Very tasty. Big one is all 55. He's as dangerous as his name implies. Mercenary waving his fee gave me a slight heart attack. Because I do not want to battle shout. I am fragile. To this point, I have made my character look very, very powerful. that has its limit. I am very fragile out here. These griffins and these harpies, you can fight to get your Tufane and Manhattan faction up. I'm checking these to make sure they don't see me. There's a griffin thrall. It's under control by one of the harpies. Yeah, the harpies can't see me. So if you wonder what a griffin looks like in this game, or harpy, this is a harpy in EverQuest. Yeah, that's a griffin in EverQuest. So that's pretty cool looking, right? Eventually you want to go to a black feather roost and fight. It's kind of like the stone hive but for harpies. But for now we're going to go back down. Should be able to go straight through the mountains. What's that? More saplings. And that dry can see me. That's a issue. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here yesterday. Run! Invisible wall. Not good. So I have a feeling bad things are about to happen. So what's happening now is I'm going into an area where there is no escape. There is no tunnel or anything. So I need to slowly turn back around so I don't get hit by their pathing, which will aggro another rotwood. Now if one of these casts root or something like that, my character's dead. So my only hope is going to a black feather roost, because I have made another grave mistake trying to show off the zone. Now fortunately these can't see me because my invisibility is gone. So everything in its mother is going to try and devour my soul. My pet has given its life again. We're going to go up here. If I get charmed by a harpy, that might accidentally save me, but I'm not going to risk that. I'm like, oh, he's of ours now. Look at them coming. They are hungry for Vashir. We're going to continue up the path. They are not pleased with me. So train to zone, black feather roost. So this is where the harpies live. There's another battle area. I'm not really sure how this area operates. What level is this place? Hold on, I'm having a newbie moment. 55 to 65. So this isn't as dangerous as the other area. I'm a very old school player. I'm not used to some of the new areas. Leave our pet on summon for a second. What kind of monsters you got here? Okay, this is more for me than you guys. No offense. I just want to see what's here. I see movement. Okay, there's a mountain puma. There's another mountain puma. There's a cunning mountain puma. There's another Mickey mountain puma. Is it just cats? There's a cub. Okay, so it's just wildlife out here. Then I guess you go to the top. What a strange zone. There's a hungry mountain bear. A rare creature. That's nice. There's a snake. There's a tame griffin. So I assume this is a place where you can kind of relax. Okay, so I'm guessing you go from area to area on griffins. So who's your allies in this area? Yeah, so the Menhoten are still your allies here. Somebody didn't have a good time here. Okay, let's get out of here before I end up with the same fate. We are in danger. Part of me wants to go and grab these feathers from the for the Seeker of Knowledge trinket, but I don't feel like risking it. I've already been doing some very risky things. So yeah, this giants. There's one more area I want to show you guys before I start getting into the quest. The thing is, if you can't run to the zone line and you have to rely on those griffins and the harpies are right on your back, you're going to have some problems. I like the music for the areas though. Yeah, we'll leave our pet unsummoned. We just need to get out of here. So those might not be able to actually see through invisibility. My invisibility may have just worn off and I didn't notice, which is a very big danger, always. You get like one message that says you are starting to appear, and that's it. I'm taking advantage of the fact I can semi-fly to make this a lot quicker. This is a good, if you wanted to pick a place here to level in the zone, be the Griffins and Harpies, because you get a faction that you can use. And I don't know what's going on there, but I'll let it be. I'm not familiar with what they do. I'm going to float right over the giants. Now one more plot I want to show you. And that is this place. Now this is a safe area. The danger is mostly past, especially since I'm a Beast Lord. So these trees, they don't care. These animals, they don't care because I'm a Beast Lord. He likes animals, so he must not be a danger to us. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Do the Protectors of the Pine like me? Protectors of the Pine. They're apprehensive. Most things, if there's a place called where the high elf or the half elf start in Kanos, there's a group called the Protectors of the Pine, and it's just really a bunch of low level bears and stuff, but they're hostile. And it used to be back in the day where, you know, you'd have people attack you and stuff like that. and guild masters could do it too. So you would sit down, a low-level bear would attack you, and then a level 60 guild master ranger would headshot you from across the zone, just because you sat down in the wrong area. That's for the gear score. That's for this. We can power that up, but we're not going to do that yet. So there's a lot of rare creatures in areas where you'd have quests, which you need to slay if you want that achievement. So that makes faction here a very interesting thing. Like, this is a rare creature. This is a town. So if you attack her, the rest of the dryads are going to help out. And you need this factional for these quests. So it's a thing. Dorina looks sad. Oh, hello. Oh, it's nothing. You wouldn't be interested. You are interested in you. How kind. It's Simu. That silly satyr just does not seem to realize how much in love with me he really is. He puts on airs like he's not, but he's just being really silly. Interesting. Can you go watch and see what he's doing today? Dorina asked you to see how Simu is doing. She wants a detailed report on his day, because every tidbit of information about him seems to be precious to her. Simu can be usually found in the southwest, wandering around the Manhattan camp, though he's often on the move. Follow him closely and watch him through his entire day. So if you've ever wanted to be a stalker, she's got the quest you need. But we're going to go talk to Catherine here, because she has this fairy is a problem. We'll get to it, but this level 35 fairy will make you quit the game. But we'll get to it. Hello, traveler. So he wants us to talk to Catherine. Like, actually talk. So, how are you doing? Thank you for asking, traveler. I am doing well. The only thing that would make my life more perfect would be someone to love. What is your favorite gemstone? My favorite gemstone? Well, that would have to be an emerald. The green is so brilliant. What is your favorite drink? Simple, cold, pure water is such a relief to drink. What is your favorite food? I have no real need to eat. But one time I tried a roasted acorn and that had such interesting extra flavors to it. I'd like to try that again someday. What is your favorite color? Just like the emerald, my favorite color is green, but a deep green like the healthiest green of the forest. What is your favorite scent? I love the smell of the earth, rich and filled with life, ready to grow. Now, the next part of this quest is to go back and tell Theodora what she said. So you have to read that and you have to kind of figure that out. We're going to resummon our pet because we're going to get ready to go back into combat soon. I give him the buffs he needs later. Give him Spirit of the Wolf though. Sorry for causing you to die a lot. I really wanted to show anyone who's watching about the Goru Mesa. But yeah, this game will absolutely let you perish if you approach it wrong. So you have to be careful. Now if you talk to that Catherine and you don't talk to Theodora and tell her what it is, you have to probably look it up online or something like that. So it's very important you get back to Theodora and finish this quest while you have the quest log up here. So you just walk up the mountain. Find Theodora. Can I remember where he was? Here, one. haven't you? There you are. Please, please tell me what you have found that my heart desires. Did I ask her about health? Catherine is looking for someone to love. Well, it is true. I've not asked her about the things she's trying to love for. Maybe meaning of... Oh wait, hold on. That started something else. Catherine is healthy. That's not gonna work. I need to figure out exactly what he wants me to say. Catherine likes emeralds. Emeralds, I see. Catherine likes water. That's not specific enough. Catherine likes cold, pure water. There we go. Catherine's favorite food is roasted acorn. Catherine's favorite color is green. Catherine likes the smell of the earth. I gotta figure out what she... Can I ask her about her health? Catherine is healthy. Healthy. I forgot exactly what he wants me to say. Catherine is doing well. There we go. Very specific. Speak with Theodora. Oh, thank you, Havler. You helped me with so much. I know exactly what I'm going to do for her. If you're willing to help me, that'd be very grateful. By the way, these quests, you can redo this one. You can go and talk to her again and again for the 0.2% experience points. But he wants you to get her a gift. So that means we're going to go back to town. But we'll get to Theodora. I've got issues with you, sir. So we're not going to do that yet. But he did give us an earring. If I remember correctly, you can cast this from your inventory. This item grows in power as love between Theodora and Catherine grows. Yeah, this is one of those items you can hold on. Yeah, you have to have it on. You can't cast it from inventory. And our current items are better than what he has to offer. So we're going to put this in our area where we're going to forget about it entirely. This is the part in the game where things start getting kind of cheeky. Because you can't complete the Stone Hive because you can't fight the Queen without outside help. And these take you on quests that are very difficult to advance through. So there's multiple quests for Dorina's love. There's multiple quests for Theodora's love. And this is where things fall apart. And this will make you quit the game. We'll get to that. Now, the hero's journey is entirely optional. So, you know, you don't have to do any of this. I'm just showing you, if you were a new player and you were playing this game for the first time, the game wants you to do the hero's journey. This is where it's going to take you. So when it gets intolerable, we're going to show you a different route on where to play this game. So you don't have to worry too much about it. We're going to clear the quest we have here. We're going to slay 10 bears before they go gray and we don't get experience much from them. Any bear will do. You can even kill the scouts if you want to, but you'll lose faction. You have to go and get that faction back up. Now, it seems like a gnome was eaten here a few days ago. These bears can be dangerous. But we're not going to let ourselves die that easily. Since my pet gave his life bravely, we're going to rebuff up. And we're going to get these skins from Madu. And start the journey of Mesa. Some classes don't have a lot of buffs. You don't have to do this. My class does. I like the buffs because it kind of makes a break in the action. It's like, okay, I've done this for XYZ hours. And these buffs last for a bit. So the buffs are running out. You're like, oh, okay, maybe it's time to take a break. And then you take a break. Now we did get a ring from that Dorina's quest that would let us do things, but I'm not going to equip it and re-equip it every single time because I don't need the charisma. I don't need a whole lot of the other buffs. We have an adventure to partake in. As many problems as I have with Goru Mesa, it's still fun. If you just ignore the quest, you know, and just do things the old-fashioned way, it's good fun. But this place is where the issues kind of start. But I have my mercenary on passive, so it's just a beast sword gameplay where we are just fighting monsters. They don't aggro each other. If you okay, maybe they do aggro each other. They didn't aggro me because I'm too high level. They aggroed my pet because my pet's lower level. Now, if my pet would kindly focus on the monster we were fighting before he got so interrupted, we can take it out. I do need to kill 10 bears. And these bear skins are kind of random, so we may have to kill more than 10. We got an ornate defiant plate helm from that bear. So let's sell for some money. Aren't really the more exciting quests, but if you want to complete the hero's journey, you gotta take him out. And if you do it now while they still give you experience, then you're in a better spot. If you wait till you're high level and you just kind of nuke all the bears, you don't really get anything out of it. It is so tempting to defeat these Houghton scouts. I've got to actively say no, don't do it. Because then they'll be apprehensive and we need them not to be. Like if I was a higher level and I was done with the zone and I saw there was rare Houghton rare creatures, I'd absolutely go and slap them down. But while we're still low and we have low faction, it's not really worth it. Because this area is about messing with faction. And we're just getting ruined bear pelts. We're going to be grinding up some bears. They're already green. Yeah. We're going to be level 49 for a while, so we don't have to worry about out-leveling them. These are level 35, so we're already 14 levels above them. Next level they'll go gray, I think. So we got to get experience from these while we can. We got one low quality bear skin. If I recall correctly, they can drop more, but it's not an everyday guaranteed thing. But this cave is very convenient. We're fighting some bears. I can barely contain my excitement. Yeah, they like it's 10 on average. We can get unlucky, but we can also get lucky. So that one dropped multiple pelts. How it dropped multiple pelts, I'm not sure, but it did. Do. So we got the high quality one. We're moving right along. And this isn't just exclusive to the quest. You use these pellets in tailoring. So I guess what the game is trying to tell you is if you need these supplies to level up your tailoring, or you're doing a more trade skill oriented path than what I'm currently doing, then you can. There's a lot of stuff in this game I haven't really been able to show you. I've kind of just been showing you the hero's journey. There's a lot more to this game. So-and-so is filled with rage. What does it do? I can only guess. It's probably a haste, but it doesn't tell me. The icon was for a strength boost, so maybe he hit harder for a moment. Got some more pelts. Do. Soon we'll be getting disciplines, and they're still not really that useful. Oh, okay. The Void Soul Possessed has revealed himself. There's a quest in the Plane of Knowledge that involves that, but we're not going to be doing it. Mainly because I'm not too familiar with it. Maybe you get a decent reward, I don't know. I think there's a guy in the Plane of Knowledge that's looking for the Void Souls, and they're very rare. So somebody might be seeing that Void Soul just being left there and get upset. I'm just not familiar with the quest. So the bears are defeated. We got a Mesa fossil. Stop. I'm gonna go ahead and put this fossil in one of my bracers. Just because. That'll help a little bit. So we still need some medium quality bear pelts. So even though we've killed all the bears, we gotta find not high quality, not low quality, but medium quality bear pelts. And we have wiped out the entire cave. Mercenary's just along for the ride, so not too worried about it anymore. I know Earthfall is for a quest. It says it's a rare creature, but it's not actually. It respawns like all the time. So I'm not too worried about getting quest credit for it. We will see Ursula very many times. On most characters that will attack you, it's dangerous. But we're okay on a Beast Lord. If you want to be a mummy for Halloween, on the EverQuest team, it will give you that privilege. Personally, I like the pumpkin head better, but that's a thing. Slash tickle. I'm pretty sure that used to be a command. I'm gonna take out this wolf since it now sees me as a threat since I'm beating it up. I need you for the quest. I'm sorry. I must harvest from nature and use your skin to fuel the war machine. And that all humanity is really a huge war machine. We're just letting the bears respawn. So we need to fight wolves too. And he has summoned multiple wolves because he is the alpha wolf. So that'll catch somebody off guard if you aren't ready. My one wolf has become multiple wolves. And watch my health. My health's like at 60%. I usually don't like going below 50, so we're going to I keep myself up here. If you notice, all the pets are gone. You can just kind of hold out for a second. You're usually fine. They don't last long. They're what's called a swarm pet. The concept of a swarm pet was originally a player thing. You'd have pets that lasted, you know, for XYZ amount of time, but they wouldn't be, you know, your normal pets. And I guess eventually they gave it to the monsters. This is the first example you see of a swarm pet. If you're not ready for it, it can really take you out. I'm going to engage this monster at low health. I'm going to there's another casual monster and he summons a bunch of swarms on you. Or all you have to do is outlast it. You don't have to attack. You just be patient and they'll go away. Okay, so now I have all the bear pelts because that bear had multiple skins. So we're going to go to Madhu. And we're going to open up our bags. And we're going to give him 5 low quality bear skins. Going to give him 3 medium quality ones. And we're not going to do this invisible, by the way. And 1 high quality one. And he will give us boots. And as you'd imagine, they aren't very much good. So our choice is 5 attack, 2 mana regen, or 10 attack and 1 mana regen, and losing all these other stats. This was good. Like when you were exiting the Mesa before the hero's journey was put into the game, you know, this was good. but we don't have to do that anymore. The hero's journey stuff is just way overpowered. But if you weren't doing the hero's journey, this is where you get your upgrades from Madu here. So once upon a time, this was important to do. And now we're going to be fighting wolves because we don't need to fight the snakes anymore. Or the bears. So these Mesa bears, you know, slash pat. You pat a Mesa bear on the back. So we'll just fight wolves and snakes until we have what we need. It's only the alpha wolves that summon the swarm, so you don't have to worry about these normally. They don't have as much health as the bears. So we are okay. No problem here. Some of these won't drop the quest items. There you are. It's just the way it is. We're still setting it up so one of us isn't getting blocked and parried and reposted on. It's just more of the same. All those items, I didn't get anything from it. Why? Because we need to kill a Mesa snake, not a diamondback snake. You think I'd know better. Not everybody makes this trip in one piece. Almost a week ago, a dark elf was here. Didn't make it. As you can tell, there are lots of occasions where I could have bitten the dust. You just gotta be careful, and then even then that may not be enough. And we'll continue to gather these wolf materials. That's Phantoma. She's a... Are you scared? Oh. Leg bite. I haven't bitten in the leg. I can't move. I got bit. Phantoma is another rare but not really rare creature. Therefore quest. I think they're to familiarize yourself with the concept of rare creatures. But they're not actually that rare. I do like the wolf model though. So we had to fight specifically a Mesa snake. So these diamondback snakes won't get us any progress. I'm going to continue fighting these wolves till we get our pelts that we need. And no matter how many you defeat on like a ranger, druid, or beast lord, they'll go back to being amiable with you. So you don't have to worry about wolves and stuff. Which is kind of cool. Most classes just get bit. I'm like, oh no, it's a wolf. I'm under attack. And you're not under attack, you just picked the wrong class. So while they'd normally be friendly, now they're not. He bit me in the leg. What am I going to do? I am not a food. There's no reason to bite. Except for the fact I'm fighting you. Now you see Wolf 101, if you want to defeat your opponent you go for the throat. and close off their airways. But in this game, they go for your leg. So I just don't think they're in it to win it. We still don't have the medium skins we need. Well, we do. We need low quality. This one says loot. This one says deliver. We need to loot the common skins, which technically shouldn't be that big of a deal. I clicked wrong. So we're going to heal you because you apparently need it. It's a nice solid heal. Take out this wolf. We're so close to town, but at the same time not really. We got one low quality wolf skin. Well, these are all diamondback snakes. We need to find Mesa snakes. Very specific. If you're really wanting to like avoid everything and these wolves are hostile, you can take up here. You can't get out. I may know for a reason, but this is like a big cliffside where it's just, you know, it closes up and it's really tall, so you can't swim out here. If you need to go back and you don't want to deal with anything like down here, there's really nothing there. You can always swim and build up your swimming skill. So that's always an option. So I need a few more wolves. Now I'm going to say this oh, I did something again. I walked in this very specific spot and I got indigenous Mesa yeast. So I guess, where am I? So if you walk here and here, you can complete most of that quest. Anyway, this bear has equipment. That's orb. If I kill this bear, I'll get probably some ornate defying gear. That looks like a mage shield. So sometimes if you see things like that, I'll go ahead and kill it and take the item. Just to kind of show you what I'm talking about. But it's usually good to like look at monsters, even if it doesn't look like they have anything. I guarantee you this one has a item on it. So it's very important in this game to pay attention to your surroundings, because it'll tell you like if this monster has equipment, stuff like that. And I haven't done it, but you can give your pets items. So this one had an ornate defying glowing shield. So it had that shield equipped, and you can see it on the model. So now I have the shield. It's just things like that. If you look at it and you know what it is, it can give you an edge. If you're hunting in a highly contested area with other players, or you see a monster or a skeleton with a weapon, it'll drop that weapon. So you just be nice and let somebody take the monster that doesn't have a weapon. And since you were observant, you see that a monster has a weapon that sells for hundreds of platinum. And you win without even saying anything. Perception is very, very strong. I'm talking about real perception. If you know what to look for. But we need 2 more low quality wolf skins. And you can't tell what those are just by looking at the monster. Like sometimes you'll see things, like you can tell this one's normal. Maybe that one has a ornate defiant helm, like that first bear we fought. You can't see the helmet, but if it's something like swords or shields, you can see them. This one's going to summon a swarm on us again. You just have to not panic. Now unfortunately they're attacking my warder. And my warder is going to decide it's going to be better to attack other things. And he doesn't have the health I do. So I gotta keep my guy up. Fortunately they're on me again. I have a better chance of surviving a swarm pet attack than my pet does. When the swarm does go away, you don't have to do anything special to it. And one more low quality wolf skin. You can probably see how some players could be defeated by a alpha wolf. They'll pull some tricks on you. And yes, I know I'm like 60% health. I don't think anything out here will defeat me. Snake. Loot. I was really hoping that was a low quality wolf film, but I will somehow live unbothered by my sorrows. Now you want to know something really cool? If you didn't have this up for whatever reason, this little green line will show you the warder's health. I wouldn't recommend that because that is a very, very small line. But it's an option. If you really just want to go entirely minimal and just say, you know, I don't want this. That info, don't care. You can look at it on here. So that is an option if you so desire. Doesn't seem like we're doing much, but I'm already good 25% of the level. So we are making progress. Shapoosh. And I still have not gotten my toy. This just gives hit points and accuracy. Or armor class, I'm sorry. A little bit more armor class. Never hurt anybody. I'm gonna find somewhere to stick it. Put it there. One good thing about missing out on the bee's armor is you don't have to deal with augmentations and stuff like that. You just kind of relax. See, I can get my swimming up rather quickly. Looks like somebody died down here. Now this player, I assume, didn't drown. Unless he got chased into the water and tried to escape. So I am sorry they died. But on the off chance they drowned, you have to watch your air remaining. A lot of people play this game, but they do not play it to the degree that I do. Or understand it, I guess you'd say. Because I'm playing like, what, once a week? I just want to get my swimming up. Don't mind me. See, because my swimming's so low, just, like if I was level appropriate and my cap was about 80, this would take much longer. But because I'm so high level and my skill's so low, it just shoots you up. So don't worry about maxing your skills early on. You don't have to have max of everything. The game catches you up very quickly. Doot. Okay, those wolves should have respawned by now. I'm walking on water. How did I do that? I have levitation. I gotta force myself underwater. Whee. When I die, that levitation party is over. So I have an incentive not to goof around. Of course, I'm gonna go fly around the Mesa and kind of show you the place. Because I think that's fun, but that stuff is risky. You gotta be careful. We now have 2 Mesa wolves. Oh no, who could have seen that coming? I'm totally oblivious to the things that are obvious. If it isn't the consequences of my own action. Please help me focus on the water. Wolf. Okay. That is not what I need. Hi, Phantoma. I'm just... Oh, okay. She wasn't very happy with my actions. I'll watch my warder's health. Okay. Warder needs help. I'm going to heal the warder so Phantoma attacks me from my aggro. Then we can finish off the Mesa wolf. An ice spear should take out the wolf. Phantoma isn't too bad. She's just bigger and higher level. I have to take it a little bit more seriously. Which is fine. If she drops a low quality wolf pelt, I'll be very pleased. But she's going to take a bit longer than the others to defeat. But I should be fine. I have my pet's at full power and I have malaria on her. Shouldn't be that bad. It's mana intensive. We'll get a few pokes in here. Oh, 60% health, I'll just heal again. I think she's knocking me out of melee range. Yeah, I need to keep myself up. It's not that bad. It's just gonna eat my mana. I have been stunned. What a stunning revelation. Refresh malaria. Do a little punch and kick. She can't hurt you if you defeat her. Just heal again. Nice and easy. I have been bitten in the leg. There is no escape for me now. Whatever shall I do? So you'll run away, but you won't let me run away. I see how it is. Tendon rip. So-and-so is cut across the tendons and is bleeding. Okay, so I thought you rooted me, but you just bit me and let go. Now she's doing the dance of the Phantoma. Which is a thing, I guess. So she dropped everything except for the thing I needed. So I appreciate that. This is just, if you ever want to see what a Vashir looks like wearing pants, as a Vashir wearing pants, we obviously prefer chaps, I guess. One day, we'll get pants. So I do have to be a little bit more careful because I'm lower on mana, but we should be fine. Worst case scenario, activate Mercenary. Phantoma, I should be sleeping for a little bit. Please drop a low quality pelt. And I did get experience from it, even though it's a little bit of a harder fight. Nope, I'm having bad luck. I'm having the opposite of streamer luck. I'm having non-streamer luck. Run away, little wolf, run away. Okay, I finally got all the things I need. The spirit of the wolf is fading. I gotta fix that. Because it may not seem like it, but I'm actually running a lot faster than you would normally playing. There's a lot of dangers in these zones. And if you're used to me running away at the speed of light when I get in trouble, but most people can't run that fast. You got bards, druids, rangers, spirit of the wolf, and beast lords, and shaman, I believe. Hi, Phantoma, you're already back. So we're going to give him three medium quality. One high quality. And 5 low quality. And he's going to give us a bracer, which once upon a time was very good. We still got room. Well, let's sell first. He wants us to get some things, but that'll be okay. Here's our spiders. Just clear out the inventory so we don't have so much junk going on. Turning it into every useful platinum. Wow, 6 silver. 9 silver. 4 platinum. Now, these bear's tooths, 25 platinum a pop. 350 platinum for bear's teeth. Keep that in mind if you're gold farming. Sell these skins. These are just for tailoring. They're obviously going to be very cheap. I can do tailoring, but I don't see a reason to be honest. Get that bag out. Wolf Pancreas, 35 platinum. There's the Snake Pancreas, 24 platinum. So out here they really like pancreases. Snake skin and snake meat you can get in the newbie area of most places. Don't need that wolf skin anymore. Who can even use a harpoon? So harpoons are cool if you're a very specific class, namely the berserker. And that is not me. So you stay in snakeskin boots. We're going to sell for a bit. We don't get items for the quest reward. That's it. We're almost at 4,000 platinum. And all we've done is play the game normally. And we're also making a lot of extra money because we haven't been using our mercenary a lot. We've just been kind of moloing. Or rather soloing. Moloing is what they call using a mercenary. But we've been going solo. Now since we're here, we can probably go find out what Simu's doing. Because we are going to be a professional stalker. Hello, spider. The challenge is finding Simu. So Simu's around here somewhere. I got credit for a quest. Where are you at, buddy? Tar Simu. He's not around here, but I got quest credit for him. Where are you at, Stinky? Are you up here? Nope, he's not up here. Yes, he is. He's somewhere. I'm getting credit. I'm being stalked by a person I'm supposed to be stalking, and we're getting cross-stalked. Where are you at? I'm getting credit for your quest, but I don't know where you are. Oh god. I can't handle this cross-stalking power. Yeah. I saw the spiders. Okay, Simu is here somewhere. I'm obviously getting quest credit for him. Question is where? There you are. Good morning to you, young Simu. How are you faring this day? I'm very well, thank you for asking. I hope the sun stays with us a while today. Someone else is on an adventure. They're speaking in gnome, so I can't understand what they're saying. But you can say they're getting a quest. So this is Simu. We are being assigned to stalk him. I'm sure he won't notice a gigantic cat standing next to him. Thank you, but I can't see how anybody could be unhappy in a place like this with friends like you. If I can bring you any comfort in your time of worry, call on me. So since we're here, we'll follow him until we complete the quest. That's all you gotta do. I think this is the first occasion where you have a stalking quest like this. Someone buff me. Now what's funny is he's on a faction, so you can defeat Simu. I don't think he drops anything special, but every NPC we've found so far, most of them you can defeat in combat. Of course they'll just respawn, but you know, that's the thing. Simu is just a very carefree satyr. And he's being stalked by a fairy. How further are you gonna go out, man? I was just gonna say, he doesn't go out that far. We got one more events we need to do. What we didn't see is he goes up there and he just looks out and says, oh, this place is so beautiful. He talks to the elder and he goes, oh, you can count on me. He goes to talk to people and say, hey, how are you doing? Everything's so nice and peaceful here. He's just a legitimately peaceful satyr. There's no tricks to him. Where are you going? Alright. Well, I only have one more score event, so I don't think it's going to take too long. But you're doing the hero's journey. You just follow Simon around. He pays 0 attention to your presence. Well, if you're bugged out, we're going to do something else. I've never seen him go out here before. That's kind of weird. He normally stays in town. I don't know what he's doing. What are you doing, Samuel? Okay, I think you got it out of his system. Nope, he's not acting normal. I don't know what's up with that. The power of being stalked by a floating cat, followed by another smaller cat, and a draken. Hopefully we don't attract any attention. If you were really mean and you're high level, you just come by and nuke the guy. He doesn't normally go out here. What is he doing? Why are you out here? Well, if you're gonna be weird, can you at least give me credit for my final thing? Because he operates depending on what time of day it is. See, it's nighttime. He should probably be going back home to sleep. I don't think he has a sleeping animation because he's a satyr, but you know, that's a thing. Yeah. Don't really know why he was outside, but now he's normal again. But the point is, he's just a carefree satyr, just doing satyr things. Do 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 do. Yeah, he'll go up here and talk about how beautiful things are. I remember that much. I mean, a lot of monsters in this game, they do have routines like this. So if you're, Simon breathes deeply and lets out such a great sigh. Wonderful, such a view. Well, I better get back. I'm sure folks will be missing me. We already got credit with this, we just didn't catch him actually doing it. I guess we're too far away. But this is what we missed. He stands on flowers and looks at a cave. Quite a view indeed. I don't know if you can hear that, but he has little hoof cloths. Can you hear that? If I can hear it, I know you can hear it. Boom, boom, boom. What are you doing now? We're really just waiting for that one score event. So it's the first one on the list, so I assume since it's dark, it'll be the next one. Someone bought him with a shield of thorns. There's another player adventuring in that cave. There we go. And now he's just rousing at home. So now we can go back to the arena and tell her what this guy's up to. That person picked a Froglock Warrior for his mercenary. So actually, you're going to be a little nosy. That looks like a rogue. So they picked a warrior to take damage for them. So while that person doesn't have any healing, that's another player making a choice and using it in real time. So if you ever play a rogue, consider a warrior mercenary. I'm just calling it like I see it. You can play how you want. Well, there's some bosses you can't fight unless you are a rogue. There's a zone called Greg's End, and there's a door that can only be picked by rogues. And there's I think in Shareza Temple and Chardok, there's some doors that have to be picked by rogues, and those get to you different places in the dungeons. There's no key for them as far as I know. It has to be a rogue, a player rogue with a lockpick skill. So there are reasons to play rogues. I think it's a little bit too difficult for my taste. I'm playing this class because I know it's my playstyle. But if your playstyle is more of the rogue, you lose nothing by playing them. There you are. We're gonna go back to her. I told you he loves me. The way he moped about all day. Can you take a letter to him for me? I don't want to spend any longer pining over him on me. Yes, moping. It may not have seemed that way, but I promise you he was having a horrible day without me. Yes, take this letter to him for me. I'm sure it'll be a big relief to him to know that I returned his feelings. So now the stalker wants me to give him a note, because she's confident that he's just acting like he doesn't understand. So now I need to go to Samuel again, now that I know his routine, because I stalked him. I can give him a love letter from a stalker. Because why wouldn't he love her? They're married already, basically. Don't you understand? Don't you see? What I'm doing is the right thing. He just doesn't understand his feelings. And everything will be okay. Sure you can imagine this is going to go over well. I think I can just straight up go to the cliff. Yeah, if there's no invisible walls, you're free to navigate the terrain as you see fit. If it's fast enough, Simon will still be by his tent. Nope, too slow. I gotta manually find this jerk. Where are you at, Stinky? Not talking to the elder. Are you outside again? Yeah, I thought it was unusual he'd be out here. So if he's taking some weird routes, then I'm sorry, we'll find him. Where are you at, buddy? Not you? Nope. It's another scout. Where is the stinky button? Well, he's obviously here. I just gotta remember where. A rare creature. These don't do anything if you hail them. They just, they're there for loot. And they do sell some nice loot. Or they do have some nice loot. It's just unwise to take the faction hit right now. Because I need to do these quests. And to be quite frank, I'm not too worried about finishing those rare monster achievements. Because it always seems like you get stuck on like the last one. You're just waiting forever. Now if I was a ranger or a druid, they have a skill called tracking, where you can track down the monsters you're looking for. Or in this case, Simu. But I'm such a good stalker, I've already lost track of where he is. Come on, you're embarrassing me in front of the internet. Simu. Simu. I got him targeted. I should see his blue circle somewhere. Where is that light blue circle? He's right under my nose and I don't know where he is. So many rare spawns up. Treasure Hunter would have a field day right now. I'm also starting to get a little bit mad. I don't know where he is. Slimu's taking weird routes. Okay, that tent collapsed. That's nice. I'll find this guy. I don't know where he is. But we will find him. You know what? I'm going to be cheeky. Here, go attack. Attack. Surely you see him. Attack. He was that way, wasn't he? Attack. Okay. He's this way. Attack. So he's this way? Where is this stupid stink? Are you in here? Surely you're not. Get him. Oh. Oh, he is right there. Okay, hold on. I have made a terrible, terrible mistake. He was asleep. Run, kitten. The idea worked, but he's gonna call me a pet again. Simu, you were just hard to find. I'm sorry. Go to the Blightfire Moors. Try that again. So he was in his tent. He's sitting there taking a nap the entire time. The final Blightfire Moors. Who needs intelligence when you have agility? Okay, that was a bit silly. But yeah, you can absolutely kill all these NPCs that I'm doing journeys for. You disagree with their ways of doing things, and just smack them down for experience points. You always have the option of destroying the non-player characters. I just don't. I'm a very peaceful player. Which is kind of funny because I always play on PvP servers and role-playing servers. Normies just aren't for me. Okay, so he might still be in his tent. Hopefully he's not upset that I just had my cat attack him. I do like how he said, will these battles never end? But Dorina's gonna be like, what? You suck your cat on my beloved? My object of my affection? Yeah, there you are. Hi, buddy. Hello. It's always nice to see a friendly face. I'm so glad you have the memory of a goldfish. Here you go, buddy. Give Simu some space and time to read the letter. Sure. Give him some space and time. I'm sure he will be very happy with the letter. Come on, Stinky. Read the letter. The joys of Simu. This is definitely the Mesa. Come on, Simon. I think it's safe. Okay, there we go. Speak with Simon. Who is Dorina? It's your stalker, silly. If you say so. I really do not know her. Go ahead and thank her for the letter. You don't realize you have a stalker? Just a pro tip, if you're ever stalking somebody and they don't know you exist, fix that. Because one day you'll just be stalking somebody and they'll get married, have kids, have a happy life, grow old, and you'll just be like, oh, I watched them. You're like a security camera, and just as useful. Talk to them. Make yourself known. You will regret it if you don't. In some way, shape, or form, make sure your target knows who you are, or this will happen. There's an invisible wall here, by the way. So let's go talk to Dorina and say the object of her affection has had their letter given. Another rare spawn. Somebody who's done with the Mesa would just come through here and just blow all these people up. Because you have to for the rare creature achievement. Okay, sweetie. He said that he did not know me. Such wonderful games he plays. I think I'll get him a gift. Yes, that's it. A gift. So, are you curious? Well, you can help me. You can go collect some supplies I need. Dorina has asked you to find out if she needs to make a special gift for Simu. She'd like you to be quick. Her love is unrelenting. Spiders, wolves, and snakes can be found all over Goru Mesa. So this is why we picked this up early. We gotta deal with wolves, snakes, and spiders. And we did some wolves already, but we didn't get 4 canines. We had to manually loot them. So now that we have this one and the spider silk one, we can do them together. And we can also do the Mesa snake ones together. There's a method to this madness. I'm not just taking you on a ride for no reason. But we gotta help our stalker buddies. How will she find love otherwise? She has taken a step. Now Simu is aware that he has a fairy after him. And there's a fairy after you, sir. Just a heads up. So we'll take out more of these, well, we need to rebuff, don't we? You have been spared for the moment. So we need like 40 spider silk to do all this together. My alteration skill is still very low, so Endure Magic's going to take a second. We're not really fighting magical enemies, but we need this to be up, so when we do need alteration, we have our skill up enough to not fizzle during the important bits. And yes, you could sit in Plane of Knowledge or something and just cast it over and over again. I'm just trying to show you the journey of what you would expect. And when you're doing the Goru Mesa quest, do turn in your quest before you sell things. That's a really easy way to lose track of what you need for quest. So always check your quest log before you sell. Well, that's the best advice I can give you. Obviously, my pet gets more buffs than I do because my stats are maxed out by my equipment. His, he gets a fraction of what I have, but I gotta make up the rest of it with buffs. Recast Spirit of the Wolf. A woof. There's a real funny video I saw where the pet owner was like, "No woof," and this husky was just like, "Woof." They're like, "Yeah, you woof on that guy." So I'm gonna take out a few more woofs so we can get those teeth. And we also want to take care of the Mesa snake problem. So I think we'll detour and look for some Mesa snakes. Got a wolf pelt, that's one. Hold on. Okay. We just needed one. But we do need some teeth. There's nothing that says I love you like wolf teeth. You can get some teethies. The entire stream is just fighting wolves. Got one canine. Let's fight some more. Look at all these wolves. And Phantoma, unless she respawns, she's over there somewhere. So we have to worry about that mana draining fight again for a little bit. Mercenary just is enjoying being able to relax for a bit. I don't need you often, but when I need you, I need you. And by the way, these quests are loot. You can't redo them or hold on to them prior to getting the quest. So if you collected 32 spider silk, you'll get 32 more. That might benefit you for some other things if you want to do tailoring or make bandages or something. And just a heads up. Could have probably gotten Dorina's quest first, but no. I was thinking wolves and spiders, or not wolves, snakes and spiders. I forgot about the wolf portion. That's okay. This shouldn't take too long. And it's free experience points. One more. Now there's a very specific spot that spawns the Mesa snakes. I gotta remember where that is. Should be too big of a deal. There we go. 4 wolf canines. Oh, the strange spot where it says snakes, I think is where the snakes are. I could be wrong, but at the same time, I got a sneaking suspicion that where it says snakes is where the snakes are. Can you believe it? There are Mesa snakes here. He just stunned me right out of the gate. That's rude. So I get closer to the ground. That was loud. You are a loud snake. I'm already deaf, but don't make me more deaf. Spoosh. Order's at 80% health. I gotta be mindful of that. %60 health. So I gotta remember that the Mesa snakes hit hard. They hit very hard. Got one large snake thing. But it shouldn't be life-threatening. As long as I keep my pet up, we should be fine. It might be because of the poison. We'll see how my health goes. Yeah, it's a pretty solid poison. That's okay. As long as they're not life-threatening, we can just easily recover after the fact. So, Snake Scouts from Madu got completed. Oh, hold on. So you need you need large snake fangs. And she needs 5 large snake fangs. So you're both gonna need we need some snake fangs, aren't we? Snake fangs are in season. I don't think snakes assist, so I don't have to worry about that. I just have to be at full health before I engage. The reason I'm not doing some quests like Tortoise Beer is that means we have to go back to Crescent Reach. And when I hit level 50, you know, I'll need to get more spells. So then we'll, if I remember, but a lot of Goru Mesa is going back and forth between town and the Mesa. And we have Spirit of the Wolf, so it's not nearly as bad as it would be on some slower characters. But it really takes you out of the action. Well, that's okay. We'll get to that. I will explain it in full. $231 one-hand piercing. We are getting seasoned. Let's take out these snakes. We gotta kill 6 more minimum anyway. So after that, we'll see where we're at. Well, these are just in this one very small specific area. Now, if you look at the thing here, it says curing them of all diseases, poisons, and curses. Now, if you looked here, I had slow venom on my poor pet. And it did not get taken off. Now it did. Okay. I had to do it twice. And he just like reapplied it like instantly. I don't know. What I do know is this guy is doing a lot of damage. I don't know why. Why are you hitting me so hard? Now we know from experience that pancreases sell for a lot. So he gave us a lot of money for the trouble he put us through. Well, we will move on to the next Mesa snake. Weeds. Now I like how the fairies look. They're a very cool looking monster. It's just a bit tricky because you have to worry about managing your faction in the sun. When your faction gets two-way out of the way on one faction, you gotta grind for a bit to get it back. I'm down to half health. Why are you taking me down to health so badly? Oops. Don't really know why they're hitting so hard. Yep, they're all just little fairies. They all look about the same. But when I attack these, they'll become a little bit More hostile. Let's see, this is a potamid. Oh, well, hello, you poor thing. You are landbound. Even that floaty magic thing you do must be so unsatisfying. That way you bob up and down, and up and down, and up and down. Oh, is that making you dizzy? Well, I don't really bob up and down as much as I used to. Back in yonder day, levitation did make you go up and down like all the time. Oh, well, I'm very sorry. I know a trick will cheer you up. You know, we play some tricks on those stiff and rigid Oreads. They're just so stubborn, like the rocks they're made of. They really lack a sense of humor. Nesseldu, Nadelsu has asked you to destroy some rocks that the Oread consider important. In order to destroy the rocks, you need to find a polished lake stone. You can find one in the lake and around the stones that the Oread gather at. Once you found a stone, take it in your hand and smash the rocks near the Oread. So what the game is trying to tell you is that these in the Nepea come from the plants. That's why they want you to destroy bushes. And they want you to destroy the rocks that these fairies come from. So in a really roundabout way, they're telling you all these fairies are nature spirits. And look, it's a rare creature, which the game wants you to kill for rare loot. But these rare creatures have faction. So that's probably not a good idea. You just gotta be careful when you're playing in the Mesa. Because it's okay if you're doing a quest, but it's when you just decide you want to grind on monsters and all of a sudden half the Mesa hates you. You get locked out of a quest. That gets really annoying. If you don't care and you just want experience points, then yeah, go for it, knock yourself out. But if you're trying to do the story like I am, it's a issue. Because depending on which one of these I help, it's going to make the other faction not like me as much. But in order to complete the hero's journey, you gotta do both of them. And the way to recover your faction after that is to fight the potamids up here, and they'll fix your faction for those two. So that's how you do that. A lot of fights, more Mesa snakes. I mean, they're fun to fight, but you gotta just kind of relax on that. It's more Mesa snakes. Who would have guessed that there are snakes here? I could memorize a spell called Remove Poison. I have it. I just can't be bothered. I'm gonna disease the snake and keep the party going. I'm also gonna scratch my ear. That is my good ear, which is still awful. Look at those symbols. I don't think his armor's been upgraded since we got him. I think he'll get a new thing at like 50. Got some cloth sleeves. There we go. I'm injured, which is always nice. He's probably like, you know, if you put me in, I can just heal you and, you know, get paid money. Like, nah, we'll be okay. I can heal myself. Is that another dead player? No, it's just a snake. And you can barely see. So if I had my mercenary active for like the past hour, I would have been out about 40 platinum. And glad we haven't. There's all fun and games until you need your mercenary to help you survive an area, and then you can't pay them. You can always go back to weaker areas and, you know, just get more money. Fight giants like the Wrath Mountains, or get more shiny teeth from those bears. There's ways around it. But if you don't have to, why should you? You know? We'll see where we're at when we kill this Mesa snake, and then we'll see if we need to kill any more or not. They are doing a lot more damage than I thought they would be. I'm not in danger, but I could be, you know? It's just one of those things. There we go. Task stage completed. So if we give the snake stuff to him. So we need... They both need 5 large snake fangs. And we have 12. So I think we can leave the snakes alone. We will be okay. I have these 2 fangs. They are an issue. Because they're hostile to everybody. Like I say, he's going to come and attack me. Yeah, he stunned me. You're taking 100 points of damage from the entrancing song. It doesn't matter that we attack them. You'll eventually go into quests that deal with the Tufane. But those 2 quest givers I showed you earlier, you have to fight these guys every single time you want to get a quest. It's incredibly obnoxious. And they're not soft either. I think this is the first satyr we fought. So if you want to see what their animations look like, that's what you get. He'll cast magic spells, which are songs, occasionally. It looks like they do 100 damage. So that's an issue for my pet. Not so much for me. Big giant cat person. Just whittle them down, no problem. Sure would be cool if I had a weapon for fighting the Bee Queen, but that's not realistically obtainable. But I've used these weapons for a very long time. Well, the armor is kind of a bigger fix. I think it'll run. Let's see. No piece that can get out. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost out of mana. I've got to kind of chill out. Well, yeah, the Tufane see that people's a threat. I think this is another one of those situations where you have to loot things. You know what? I'm going to give these to my pet. I haven't been doing it lately, but you can give your pet armor and weapons. Let's see if my pet will take it. These armors and weapons are lost, obviously. You can have mages summon pets. Get off of the stupid corpse. No. No. You can give your pets thing. I think I have to, maybe being able to click on them. Hold on. Options. I have it turned off because I get tired of clicking my pet. General. Click through pets. No, I have it off because I got tired of clicking pets. Alright, now I can give him stuff. Now, it's not going to show my character's model. He now has a weapon and shield. So he'll take less damage and he'll be harder to defeat. Like if you're on a raid or something like that, you'll have your mages summon equipment for the pets, and the pets will have like raid gear. And if your pet dies, that's a big problem because mages have to resummon your equipment and stuff like that. It's more obvious on things like necromancer pets and mage pets because they have hands and you can see what they're holding. If they're not holding anything, then you know they don't have equipment. And mages themselves summon the equipment so they can just give them stuff. Let's say you're a necromancer and you just find a weapon laying around and you don't want to sell it, or you know what, it won't sell for much. Just toss it to your pet like I just did. It helps. It's not game changing, but it helps. You can't get those things back though, by the way. So don't give your pet something you're not willing to lose. They can't hold items for you or anything like that. I'm gonna give him 5 snake fangs. And 1 snake egg. Which is for cooking, but whatever. Now we've done that. We can just... You want to see what it looks like. It's not good. I already know it's a downgrade. But we're doing it because we need to. Now our next quest, they both want us to fight spiders. Because we have active quest and we don't have this quest item separated, we're just going to go ahead and fight the spiders. And they are conveniently... Well, these might... They might specifically need to be Mesa spiders. So hold off on that. Because there's more spiders up over here. And you do normally take fall damage in this game. I just haven't died yet. So, yeah, you had to very specifically fight Mesa recluses. And it looks like from the corpses somebody is already here. So I will be competing for spawns. Disturbed Earth. Disturbed Earth scowls at you, ready to attack. You could possibly win this fight. I don't know why the Earth is so angry with me, but I'm sorry for whatever I did. I'm sorry. So we're going to wait here for a second. And get some mana back, 'cause I'm not sure how strong these are going to be. But I do know I have what we need to drop. How long ago was this killed? This was killed about 12 minutes ago. So whoever was here might have left already. Because these corpses, if they're just normal generic monsters, it takes about 5 minutes for them to disappear. If it's a dangerous monster, it takes 30 minutes. So if that corpse decays in 17 minutes, that means it's been over 10 since the person last combated it. It won't take too much longer. And then we'll get back up and start the slaughter. How are we doing on buff speeds? Yeah, we got a little bit before that goes down. Another 20 minutes of solid adventure. So when my Spirit of the Wolf goes down, that'll tell me I need a rebuff. Nice and easy way to see things. I'm sorry, Lectin. We'll use you at some point. One day we will perish and no longer float. We will once again touch the disgusting earth. It will be quite the day. Spin him around so my pet can hit him better. And he snared my pet. So my pet's now going to have trouble chasing after him. That doesn't do too much damage. Considering his level anyway. I think the snakes were more dangerous. Yeah, the snakes were a little bit tougher. About the same, I guess. So he's out. There we go. And lots of really cool stuff. We're doing 2 quests at once, so I had to keep in mind we're going to need more materials than one quest says. Spiders, they're everywhere. So many spiders. We'll open up with malaria, just because the battles last a bit longer than the other ones. Ice Spike is now going to start being used for more when they run away, because it will slow them down more. If I really feel in danger, we'll start slowing the enemies, but I don't think we need to slow them. Giants might get slowed if I feel threatened by them. But it really depends. Hemophilic poison. That wasn't too bad. Let's see, if I was to accidentally fight this Cromlech Basher, that's a monster I would slow. I don't trust myself to defeat it without it. We will be fighting giants at some point, but not yet. I mean, we'll be fighting them soon. It's not too far off. If that giant comes up and slaps me in the back of the head, I'm going to start slowing him, malariaing him, stuff like that. That's an actual threat. But a doable one. Dun, 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 dun. Another good thing about the armor quest for Madu is it gets you a little bit of experience on the side. So it does help. Now for some reason not doing a whole lot of damage to me. I'm not really sure why. Well, that's okay. I think this is just a snare. I don't think it has a damage component to it. After you kill some of these spiderlings pop out. Which they do drop a spiderling silk, which can be useful. I think there's a quest for it, but I don't remember what it is. So we might have to circle back and fight these again, but that's not a big deal. So we need 3 more spiderlings. We need to kill 6 more of these minimum. Sometimes the game is just very specific. That's funny, if you saw him that diamond snake, he casted his snare and hit the snake with it. There are some situations where monsters fight each other, but it's not common. I'll just be like ignoring it, be like, oh yeah, whatever. Spear. Five more spiders. They're just kind of one of those spots where they just kind of bottleneck you for no reason. What's this way? That's just the other side of that town with the fairies. They don't understand how to be normal. Ring snakes. I don't know what quest they're for. Fairies. Centaur is still cursed. I can probably defeat one of them one-on-one. That's still risky. I mean, when they aren't scowling like that, and they're not attacked by that shade of corruption, it's a nice place to chill out and relax. And sell gear and stuff like that. Because they have a vendor in there. But because you can't really log out there and be guaranteed that they'll be fine the next day when you log in. It's not a good neighborhood. Okay, do I have spiders back? Spiders. I need spiders. So while we wait, I'll go ahead and take one of these out. Just so I'm not sitting around doing nothing. Should be fun. There's another player. Eventually we'll fight these on the quest. But these are always scowling at you. There's no reason to worry about faction with them. Because he's slow, he's not nearly the threat he'd normally be. And that's the intent. Plus, I haven't really used my slow in a very long time. So imagine him attacking twice as fast and having this much health. These are very much a threat. If you don't know what you're doing anyway. But I have the power of slow. So just keep whittling them down. Malaria's off. Reapply that. Just get us some extra experience points while I'm waiting for the spiders. I have taken a lot of damage. This stinky monster is a threat. And this is him slowed. What do you do? 375 damage. Did I really deserve to be hit for 375 damage? Do you have no guilt? How do you like it? Now the problem is here, is he has a lot of hit points. He's gonna go get his friends. I can't do anything about it if he goes and gets them. For some reason I didn't think he'd run. So I could very easily have problems here in a second. Alright, nope, we didn't get out of that. Alright, back we go. Give ourselves a little bit more distance this time. Spiders aren't up anyway. We have time to play around. This one's just a flat out basher. He is going to bash me in the face. Over and over. But we gained some faction with the Tufane and the Tufane leadership. And the Menhoten and the Nymphs. You know, we got more faction with them. So if you ever kill on sight in one of the towns you need to do the quest, you can fight giants or griffins. You have options. I don't know why I thought he didn't think he would run. That was my bad. We are okay, as long as we're careful. Why do you have to hit so hard? Well, I'm stunned and at 50% health. That's not a good position to be in. Once you get past 50, you gotta really start thinking about self-preservation. Because if you wait till like 20 or 30, it's too late. You'll start getting crit more and they'll start stunning you more. And your character will go down. That's just the way the game is. I'm just telling you. Don't go below 50. You will regret it. Come on, game. He's pushing me back. He's not even stunning me. He's just pushing me back with his attacks. That's interrupting my spells. I'm getting stuck in a healing loop. Come on, game. No problems. I do not like that. I'm going to pay you for 5 minutes of work. I did not. He's slow too, by the way. That is as slow as this guy will attack. He's absolutely a threat. And now he's resisting drowsy. I'm gonna slow this stinker down. God. Okay, he's slow again. Thank goodness. God, you menace. Yeah, if this isn't picture proof enough, these giants are not to be trifled with. They are very dangerous. They just hit hard and they have a lot of health. Fortunately, it looks like they run at 20%. That's still dangerous. My first death on my cleric when I went through here was I think somebody was running away from a bunch of Drawmark Bashers. They just couldn't handle it. They went to the zone line. You know, hold on. They went to the Blightfire Moors zone line. So they ran through here, right? Well, let me take him out first. You have so much health. Well, I got 15 platinum for that. Somebody else died down here. So I guess that was probably a similar situation to that giant. I don't know why people run into the water when they die. That's kind of weird. But anyway, the first time I died in this zone on my cleric, I was here, I think. And somebody had taken those giants from right here, and they had run to the zone line. Instead of going to the steps for some reason, they went to the Blightfire Moors. So they had a train of giants, and those giants, you know, went back to their spawn. The giants cut through here, and they aggroed onto my cleric. And I didn't know what to do. I was just under attack all of a sudden by like 3, 4 giants. And you can see right there, 1 is enough solo. That's very dangerous. I think I was like level 45, something like that. I think I've just gotten here. There was nothing I could do. I just got destroyed. So yeah, I have a personal vendetta against those giants. They killed my cleric once. And as you can tell, I generally don't die in this game. I'm usually very, very careful. So I was not pleased with how that turned out. Testing. Okay, never mind. I think I turned my microphone off. Okay. Spiders, they're back. Find some spiders. Some more of the same. Put our friendly mercenary back on passive. So you got paid for 5 minutes worth of work. Well, I got 15 platinum off the giant, so I still come out by about 5 platinum. Yeah, the Drawmark, they're always going to be scowling at you. You can't get better than scowling with them. The Two-Fane, they see this as a threat. The Two-Fane leadership doesn't care, you know. The Manhattan obviously like us doing that. If you get your Manhattan high enough, you can fight those rare mobs without worrying about losing your faction. And the nymphs at the Wind Willow are these people. You know, those people. But I think it's time to rebuff. Down he goes. Got absolutely nothing useful from him. There's more spiders. Generally what you want to do is you want to break up the camp to where by the time you finish fighting the last one, the first one respawns. So you kind of want to relax and take your time. But I'm doing it wrong because I'm just kind of just bulldozing everything. Well, that's just my playstyle though. Everyone does something different. Because this is the quest area, I don't think anyone's really obtuse enough to camp the area. They could, but that's kind of being obtuse. Raise our alteration while it's cheap. We haven't seen a magic monster in a while now, I think. Ta-da! We're making progress. We're not doing as many levels as we used to, but it's obviously going to slow down the higher level you get. But if you really think about it, we're not even halfway to the max level anymore. And we've played this for what, 40 hours? That's more than you get out of most modern games. And I've had fun so far. I don't know. But I'm rather enjoying myself. I mean, you can technically argue we've been fighting skeletons, spiders, bears, wolves, rats, snakes. Like we're just been a big wildlife menace. But nah. That's okay. There are areas in the game where you fight different stuff. And eventually I'll go and show them. Probably when because there comes a point where you have ultimate advancement. And since I'm not paying money for the game, I only have a cap of 1,000. So at some point it'll become difficult for me to, solo everything. But after that I'll just kind of go on nostalgia runs. Just kind of share my experiences with the game, what I think. And stuff like that. And so a little person like me that never had much of a forum presence will be like, hey, this is how things were like. This is what I liked, this is what I didn't like. Stuff like that. So after I slay... Well, I still gotta loot 2 more spider legs from these guys. So once I get my legs, I can kind of go to the easier spiders and get the silk. Because they have more spawn points. That's a large Mesa recluse. Hey, look, it's relatively weak. I have been slowed. Well, that's okay. Doot. We now have 214 defense. That raises your armor class. We kind of use the old way of doing this. There's a chance to take less melee damage. guy's got a lot of hit points, Sony. Now it says it's like 10 Mesa Recluse. I'm kind of curious if this will give me credit or not. Because that's what I'm supposed to be killing. This is just a big boy. He just has a lot of hit points. Four, 3, 2, 1, 2, 0. Video games. Okay. Yeah, it'll give me credit. I still need 2 more spider legs. I see you have 8 legs. Why can't you just give me 2 of them? You have a little bit less hit points than that beast. It's always better to be fighting something than nothing. We're level 50 soon. Because the leveling is going slower, I only buy 5 levels of spells instead of the 10 I used to. It used to be only bards that would get like a new song every level. Eventually they decided to kind of space out the spells. Like I remember for a paladin I had to wait till level 9 before I got my first spell. Then level 15 I got light healing. And I think it was like level 24 or something. You know, it was like you got levels at very specific times. Or spells at very specific times. Nowadays it's just you get a certain amount of spells every level, which I guess is okay, but it's just different. You still get the same spells, but you're rarely in a situation where it makes you super powerful. And some of them bug me because level 1 as a ranger you'll get, or a druid or ranger, you get a spell that requires a fire beetle eye, but you get taken to the tutorial, you know, at the beginning, and you can't find fire beetles in the kobold jail or slave pit. So it's like they give you a spell that you don't use. If you're a new player and you don't understand why you can't find a fire beetle eye or what the spell does, I think it's just dumb. Those things matter. You might be a new druid and you'll be like, okay, what's this fire beetle eye stuff? Oh, and it comes up in combat too. If they don't know to look into the combat tab, they won't understand why the spell doesn't work. So you may have a druid that doesn't understand how to use spells. That could be a big deal. Because the druid is kind of the nature spellcaster. Okay. So it just says from spiders. It doesn't matter who or what that spider is. And these take a minute to kill. So we're going to go turn in our spider silk and recluse venom sac to dear old Madhu. Get away from these. Oh yeah, I don't have a spirit of the wolf. I'm slow. Is a curse worse than death? Being slow in this game? I mean, if there's one spell in this game that everyone will agree that they like, it's Spirit of the Wolf. I've never seen a person say, I hate Spirit of the Wolf, I want to walk slower. That never happened. Ever, ever. So we're going to get this spider silk quest out of my quest log. Hello, sir. Well, it seems like you would like delivery of things. I'm going to give you 5 spider silk. Give you 3 spider legs. And 1 recluse venom sac. And he's going to give me a hat, which does nothing. And there, you see it? It's gone. We're only doing it for the hero's journey. But we do need to loot some stuff. So we're going to separate these things. Because I need to sell some stuff. So the wolf canines, we'll put in here. Sell a wolf pelt, we'll put in here. 5 snake fangs. One recluse spider fang. If we can find it. There we go. I was being obtuse. And put spider silk here. So we'll just remember that's Dorina's gift. And now I'm gonna make some inventory space. So we'll see. Hero of the journey. Do. There we go. This wonderful Draken will do us stuff. And let us free up some inventory space. That's the money for the pancreas, which for some reason is in high fashion these days. I think the reason some of this stuff sells for like nothing is because you get it in newbie areas, and like you get snake eggs in, like the Kanos newbie yard. Type Han venom. So obviously rogue junk, but it's okay. Well, I have spells that require snake scales, so part of me wants to hold on to that, but part of me realizes I'd never use it. Well, crude silk, which I'm sure has a use for something. Well, what that use is, I'm not sure. See, rogue stuff. We're over 4,000 platinum now. We're broke by modern standards, but I feel pretty rich. Hello, would you like a giant bone? So now that I have higher faction with the Minhoten, I could probably take out those rare spawns without losing too much faction. But then you get more added to the fight, and then you lose faction with them for taking those out. And it's just the whole thing. Somebody will defeat you because you have a special name. And that's just the way it is. So now we're going to fight the easier ones that drop spider silk. And more importantly, there's more of them. So we have to wait for respawns, because I don't really want to kill all those again and then wait for more to respawn. Because fighting giants was funny the first time. Well, that is so risky. I don't like to take risks. Spiders everywhere. We smashed a spider and other spiderlings everywhere. Oh no. They're just much easier. So you get basically the same loot, including spider silk, which we need. But you can take out more of them quicker. So while the Mesa recluses are more, they get more experience points, you can take out more of these. And we're looking for loot, so it's a big deal. It makes a difference. But the loot is about the same. Got more spider silk. Because Arena doesn't care where the things come from. He's got his back to the wall. He's just like when he lived. Rest in peace, spider. Now let's go grab those other 3 quests from Madhu. Let's grab the last 3 because I'll forget later. And it's just more spiders. Nothing that special. Hi, buddy. Get those last 3 quests. Arms, legs, torso. Kill Phantoma, kill Ursula. Well, that's kind of mean. See, now he wants you to do all the things in the Mesa. So you have to do, like, everything you just did, you have to do it all over again. Why they have a quest like that in the game, I don't know. But we'll get to that in time. He wants us to kill Ursula and Phantoma. So, unfortunately, we gotta go take out those bosses. That's why I say they were rare spawns that aren't really rare. Might as well take you out when I know where you're at. It's kind of cruel, but you know, video games. And we'll be picking up more of the stuff as we go. Your skin and armor are ravaged and torn. It should be fun, I believe. That has a nasty debuff though. Am I going to be able to out-heal the damage? I I should be able to. I am stunned. I am stunned by this development. Yeah, so your malaria wore off. Let's go and put malaria on you too. And we'll slow you because I don't want to deal with the damage. So I can now heal you now. My pet should be doing something worth a darn. I think my pet's just on vacation back there. You are hitting me hard. Come on. I need you to fall down. Oh, I got ravaged again. Okay, game. I'll absolutely kite you if I need to. And yes, I realize I can activate my mercenary. Which I might, depending on how this goes. As that ravage, he's doing so much damage. Nope, time to kite. This is called kiting. It's an ancient technique passed down from newbie gamers alike. Normally you'd have a snare spell. Because I waited till he was low on hit points, he doesn't run as fast. And I have Spirit of the Wolf. So what I do is I just wait for malaria to do damage, and my pet's doing damage from behind. Well, this is how you do it. Ravage is obviously lowering my armor and doing damage over time. You're not really supposed to tank it, I guess. But you don't know these things until you actually get into combat. So his malaria is wearing off, so we'll refresh that. Beast Lords can do it all. You just gotta know how to do it. Now whittle him down. Let my pet do what he's supposed to do. I do appreciate the challenge, though. But all things must end with my victory. That's just the way it is. Here's the Mesa bear. It's going to add into the fight. Just running around in a circle. Just running around. I just hear that. I did what I had to. Now the bear wants to fight. Nowhere near the threat that the first one was. Now he should be nothing but peace. So I got something from that. I got Sane, Manhattans, and ceremonial panpipes. Interesting. I don't have a bard on the server, so I'm not worried about that, but yeah. That's okay. So anyway, we got what's her face's pelts. So we'll give this to a stinky face, making me kite things. I will do what it takes to win. That's how I work. And you will give me a tunic. Which, just like everything else, has no real function. I do like the magic regen on it, but that's okay. Now, let's see. The other thing would be this supplies quest I don't like. We're gonna sit for just a minute. It takes 3 minutes to get from empty to full, so it's not like we're gonna be sitting here for very long. Let me go over some things. Spider brain. You know what I like? We started this stream with like 20 of these. Now we're down to 6. At some point I'll run out of food and water. And I'll start summoning it in. But surprisingly we haven't done that yet. Bashir eats so much food. Like, it's not a big deal when you're just like at low levels, you're just like stuffing stuff in your face. But at high levels, when you want to save some stat food, you just mow through it. I'm going to spend 2,000 platinum on a good Happy Meal. Oops, it's gone. Bashir hungry. And if you eat food manually out of your inventory, it lasts half as long. So if you just let people eat, you know, let them eat it, it lasts twice as long. So you got to make a decision there on what you want to do. Because I'm going to chase down Phantoma next, we're going to get a little bit more mana than normal. And if you remember, Phantoma was a fight and a half. How long have we had these weapons? I got that from the Stone Hive. Yeah, so I guess not that long. There's probably more powerful weapons out here at that point, but we'll be okay. With the Rosala gone, the bears in Goru Mesa may be less aggressive. Maybe. I'm greeted warmly upon the circle of the crystal wing. Which is cool, I guess. And there's a bear. Yeah, they're still amiable. I think it was just flavor text. So Phantoma was over here. Unless another player defeated her. Which may very well happen. Phantoma's either here, or she's by the other place where we fought her earlier. She doesn't have a whole lot of spawn locations. So I know if she's not up here, I don't have to worry about it for a while. Where are you at, Sticky? Snake. A tender of the winter willow. Where are you at, Phantoma? She'll spawn in one of these places of one of these wolves. So if all the wolves are up, that means she is not. We'll look for her for about 30 more seconds, and then we'll smack a spider. She does look a different color than the other ones. So she should be easy to notice. I don't see her. I think another player gobbled her up. She'll be back. So, since she's not up right now, we'll go fight some more spiders. And since Stink Lord wants more supplies, we gotta fight these recluses again. And they're going green, or going light blue. So we better enjoy them while they give experience. There's other players out and about, having their own adventures. It's always kind of funny how many new people come through this area. Like, if you were a social butterfly, even if you're free to play, you could easily find people to play with you. These are low-level players around your level. It's just a matter of talking to them. We even go fight the bee queen. I'm just leaving people alone because I don't want to do that while I'm slow. While I'm streaming, I don't want to hurt somebody on accident. Some poor sod starts telling me their life story in chat. It gets recorded for all eternity. I would feel like really bad about it. So how many? So you just need 5 spider silk. So it looks like we need even more spider silk. Everybody needs spider silk. And it has to be specifically for my recluse. They really don't want you in that cave. Which I think's weird, but you know. We have to fight the recluses. Dun, 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 dun. The void soul possessed reveals itself. I was really hoping I'd fight the void soul possessed. Thank you. What did you do to me? I'm gross now. Squish. Leave that void soul in the no, stop. They're just large spiders. Why is it so dark? This is darker than it normally is. Probably because it's actually dark. If I was a night elf with a infra or ultra vision, this would all be purple instead of pitch black. Alright, so I can't see anything. I'll fight this guy. I thought you were a giant for a second. I was like, oh boy, there's a giant behind me. Perspective is a thing. You're probably level soon. Do. Kind of a waste to put malaria back on almost at 25%. So let's not do that. Yes, my pet doesn't have his haste or his... Wait, do you? No, it doesn't have his haste. That's okay. I was wondering why I was taking more damage than normal. Only one more, I might be level 50. There we go. Where are some more spiders in this very dark area for some reason? Why is it so dark? There's some. Come here, boy. We have combat to engage in. You're resisted by malaria. That is rude. My pet is not hasted. So we're going to slow you so I don't take as much damage. Another player out there doing other player things. A large Mesa recluse moves quickly and quietly to attack. You think about it, if you were like a gnome or a halfling or, you know, a dwarf or something this like he's bigger than my Bashir, which I think the only thing he's taller than me is a troll and an ogre. So imagine this thing quickly and quietly sneaking up on you. It kind of reminds me in the Hobbit when Bilbo found the dagger sting. He did it. He was fighting a bunch of spiders. They don't actually say it in the movie, I don't think, or it's something you only find in the books like Tom Bombadil. But he was fighting spiders. Spiders. And we are now level 50. We have increased power. And this is our next upgrade to slow. So for twice as much mana and a little bit more of a cast time, we get a stronger slow. Well, considering how much they're resisting our old spells, this is definitely an upgrade. Now things will be even slower, which is obviously good. Now the problem is now I'm out of spells. And to be quite frank, it looks like that player needs these spiders. So we're going to go back to Plane of Knowledge and let him hunt for his things. And just let him take the spiders. Let them do their quest and get my spells. Because I do need to do that. Problem is I gotta remember what spells I need for a... Okay. So we just need more spider silk. Slay a Phantoma, the dreaded wolf. We didn't collect any of these, so we don't have to worry about selling the inventory. So we'll empty out what we got. And continue on. To the Plane of Knowledge. These guys have new quests for me, but we'll get to that later. Let's clear out what we have and then we'll go back for more. Spider brain. I need to sell for a lot, which is very good. See, we have some of these things, but since we pre-looted them, we don't get credit for them. That's just how the game works. So even though we have these skins, doesn't matter. You have to specifically loot them. This game will not let you take shortcuts. That means the Planet Knowledge book is just much further than it used to be. If we do see a Phantom on the way out, we'll defeat her, but I don't think we'll need to. She's a rare spawn, so she'll be up most of the time. Actually, you know what I can do? I can go to Crescent Reach, get some malt and hops, some barley and hops. You can do those 2 doors quests. That might be the more efficient thing to do. Instead of going all the way through Blackfire Moors. Dwing, 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 dwing. You know what? Give me more food. Yes, I eat a lot of food. Where's your spiced apple cider? I desire 15 of that. Hold on. Just like corn, only better. Oh, okay. You're not gonna stack, I see how it is. See, that'll last only half as long. I kinda want some gummy works. See, only some of these stack. So if you're wondering why the other day I only picked up, you know, these specific things. We're going to put these up front, so we'll do those inventory slots first. My character will get to enjoy some gummy orcs, which are better than gummy goblins. And some festive lollipop, which is a tasty treat. We're enjoying Halloween in our own special way. I hope you don't have parents that ate all the Halloween candy you had bought for little kids coming by. Surely that would never happen, right? You know you are. Somebody's talking to the spirit of wisdom. They're on their own hero's journey. Gesture of Bristlebane. I have the ability to summon one of these gestures. It just gives you random buffs over time. And tells jokes. Let's see if it'll talk to me. That player is going to be like, what are you doing? No, it's not going to do anything for me. Okay. Brain, what were you doing? Okay, bartender. So we will buy... Oh. Yeah, Bristlebane survived. Surprise. And so that gesture just instantly restored all that mana and endurance. Just because I happen to be in the area. Now, if that's not cool, I don't know what to tell you. Or you don't have what I need. Can you please? This is a bartender place. I need stuff to make alcohol. Are you that obtuse? You know what? The dragon like the other things. And there is more than one way to drunken a cat. Are you guys what I need? Alright, I'm getting slightly mithered here. I know one of you stinkies have it. You have it. I would like 1 malt, please. I would like 1 hop. I would like 2 hops. I would like 1 barley. Hold on. Dryads, Potamades, Reeds, and Nepias carry the cask and rawhide canteens. So, in this one, this is kind of a trick, because this assumes you're good at brewing. So, unless you're confident in your character's brewing skill, which my character is not, you're going to give it to Leviu, and he'll make the items for you. But you have the option of making your own. So, if I was so inclined, I could open this distillery and make the item. There's always a chance it would fail. And even those with a 100% chance to succeed, they can still fail. So, save yourself some trouble. This is that kind of game. Be careful. Okay. So, right, we need to go to the plane of knowledge. Here's another Bashir. And that Drake is having a bad day. Kind of weird hearing this music again after being away from it for so long. It's kind of one of those things where you get nostalgic for things. Blightfire Moors. You know, I'm the same level as one of those guards now. So that means those guards, with all their training, have about the same strength as my Bashir. Someone's been busy. Well, their adventurers, adventuring. They're not making it very far, but they're doing it. Good luck to them, I say. Extra alternate currency. Yeah, I've used that a lot so far, haven't I? The XR need more hugs. Do. So we'll go up to the plane of knowledge and we'll buy our spells. We should be on the top floor if I recall correctly. Since we level slower, we're only going to pick up, well... yeah. That's what I was thinking about. So am I good enough for these tomes yet? So next level I'll be able to resist spells, which isn't that big of a deal because it's like 30 seconds. It's not that big of a deal. And this one is good for breaking fear, but you don't get feared as much as you used to. It used to be the raids here, like a level 50. You get feared a lot because the main plane was plane of fear and plane of hate and plane of sky. So being fearless in the plane of fear was kind of a big deal. Nowadays, with this way things are now, it's not as much of a thing as it used to be. So we'll get ultra vision in a little bit, and so my vision will be better. Can I see what that's like? We're gonna just buy for 5 levels instead of 10. Because I finally get my first haste spell, which is good. It's like, when am I going to get my haste spell? I got slow. Where's haste? And there, so we're getting our next guy at level 54, it looks like. Chloroplast used to be a really cool spell. That was a lot more spells than I thought it would be, to be quite frank. Yeah, it was way more spells than I thought it would be. Spider Fang, Spider Fang. Does whatever a Spider Fang does. Okay. Let's go back down. We're going to call it soon if you were curious. If you're just watching. Then we get back to the arena. This is kind of what the old satyrs look like. We're dealing with the Menhoten, and this is used to be what a... This is a satyr, the old satyr. It's got a lot of soul to it. As I probably said before, you probably already noticed I'm using a lot of the old models. But I like the way they look. Let's see. We'll go back to Crescent Reach. And we'll go back to Goru Mesa. And we'll rebuff next time. It's been past 4 hours. I'm getting a little tired. Okay, I'm on invisibility. Because the rats will attack you no matter what level you are. And that's just the way they behave. With invisibility, I can just run through here. And get stuck on rocks. There's definitely players doing things out here, aren't they? Kind of pretty, I think. See, we're going pretty much north and east. There's the western Moorwalker. That bugs me, but that's okay. Once you know where he is, you don't really forget. But if you're trying to blindly find the western Moorwalker, he's at the north wall. That's like, you know? I guess I'll make a 2 Doors beer first. Do. Cultivating wood elf beards. Is Phantoma anywhere that I should be aware of? I see no Phantoma. Just some poor souls that did their best and didn't make it. Rest in the pepperoni. So we'll drop in Viz. And give these items to Liviu here. I remembered where you're at. So I need to give you some yeast. Some stream water. Some malt. And some hops. I completed the trade with the view. I can give this to 2 Door. This is some good beer. You can always get more from me if you want. And nobody likes this except for the Menhoten and the Nymphs. The Tufane don't really appreciate what I did. But that's why they're hostile. You can fight giants and griffins and harpies, and that'll get your faction up. But while you're doing them in Houghton Quest, don't worry about Tufane faction. You'll get there. It'll be okay. A quick aerial view for Phantoma. Nope, just corpses. We'll see her again at some point. She's not that rare. There's a thing for the Seeker of Knowledge. Ran Viz up just because. I have a poor memory of having my cleric destroyed at this very spot. I don't want to log in again and have giants attacking me. Oh, Dorina. We'll find a way to help you. But I'm going to call it here. So thank you so much for enjoying this episode. We explored a little bit of the Goru Mesa. We finished the Stone Hive, and so we can go back and fight the Queen. Next time we'll help out Dorina. I'll miss you, and Dorina loves you. And if you don't realize it, she will watch you every step of the way. So with that in mind, have a good night. Bye everyone.